Testing, testing. Can you guys hear me? Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello. Oh, shoot. Well, I mean, I haven't been around, so obviously I haven't had a chance to do a bunch of stuff that I've wanted to do. Go. Okay. What's this? Oh, thank you, El Zilcho, for the sub. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Weird. Let's do that. What am I trying to do now? Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah. Here we go. Let's drop that there. Copy just in case, because Twitter likes to delete your stuff. Okay, it did not. Here we go. Alright, this week I've got to get going with all the transfer of everything to the other channels and stuff. Okay, hopefully that works. There we go. Let's post all this stuff. Hope everybody is doing well here. Yeah, I watched most of the finals. I did. I actually did watch most of the finals. Because also, I was really, really, really hoping we would get an Elena trailer. But, well, I'm surprised they didn't do any of those tweets that they had that was like, you know, we're not going to actually have any announcements at Capcom Cup. Because they've definitely done that in the past, and it was definitely appreciated so that we knew what to expect. And so the lack of that was surprising, to say the least. And why everybody was sad. But I forgot who said it, but it seems like Capcom Esports and the Capcom marketing just like aren't really talking to each other or something. It's weird. Also, by the way, I do tend to talk loudly when I'm on my stream, almost kind of like I'm yelling all the time. And I think this is just because, obviously I do commentary and it kind of gets stuck this way a lot of the times. I just end up talking this way. But if I try to talk a little bit more normal, like obviously I'm gonna be like looking this way, I'm gonna be looking this way. If I actually try talking a little bit normal so I don't sound like I'm yelling all the time, um, is it still audible or is it like better? Like obviously I could just turn up the volume, but I'm curious how well the microphone picks up my voice, like, if I just talk like this and be like, yeah, I mean, so the crazy thing about it is that this happened here, blah, blah, blah. I don't know why when I've done streaming, I've just kind of learned to yell while I stream. Like, even right now, it feels awkward trying to talk normal like this. I feel like I'm just like really used to using yell voice when I'm sitting here doing my own stream. So this is kind of how I normally talk when I'm on the stream. But I've seen comments from people being like, "Why are you yelling all the time?" So I'm curious if you guys think that this is like it's it's strangely really hard for me not to go into yelling mode when I'm on stream. It's just like habit, I guess. But does this actually sound a little better if I'm not yelling, or does this sound okay? How does this sound? You'd say my voice is low? Well, let's see. What if I actually just turned up the microphone volume, right? So if I do something like, oh, actually, I could probably do, it's set to low kind of already by default, weirdly enough. I don't know what it is about this Elgato Wave 3, but like the volume of the microphone seems to change to be lower even when I don't do anything. It's so bizarre. But if I do talk like this, I mean, does it sound like, does it have that feel that I might be too far away from the microphone? Or does it sound like we're just chilling, hanging out, and I'm just sitting next to you in a room kind of thing? Curiously. The hardest thing about it really is going to come down to the fact that once the show starts going, even if I try to talk like this at first, I am going to suddenly start, once I get heated about something or excited about something, I'm going to transition into yelling voice, and it's probably going to stay that way. Hang on, I need to also get this into the thingamajig, into Discord. So I could be closer to the mic, or I could turn up the volume even more on my mic. So like if I up it like this, right? Like let's say I just try this, right? This will make me a little bit louder. Oh shoot. Oh God, have I done this yet? Crap. Okay. Shoot, I need to do something. Where am I? Oh, that's right. This is where I am. And I want to go over here. So blah, 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 blah. All right. And then what I want to do is come over here. Let's see, get heated about something. Cause I mean, I don't get it. Like seriously, like why are people like this? Why would you actually, come and watch this event and then just like sit here and like scream that you think Ryu is too powerful? I mean, seriously, like what has he done before this? Like, how can you even possibly say that Ryu is like top, like broken tier, right? I mean, just because this one kid does something with him doesn't make him top tier, especially when nobody's really had much success with him up to this point. This is a good volume, okay? Oh man, okay. Let's see. And then YouTube. YouTube.com/@UltraChen TV/live. There we go. I haven't set up that multiple chat watcher thing. Oh, thank you, T-Dummy. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, so I can see it, but I have to see them side by side. Now, Restream has an app that lets you see both of them at the same time. I just haven't set that up yet. Patty, give me a second. I'm trying to do like 3 things at once. I always forget how hard it is that... shut up. I always forget how hard it is to like do all this prep stuff of like, oh, start this chat, do this, do that, and all this stuff. Let's see. So I have that in here now. What I want to do is come over here and copy this text and copy and go to Blue Sky. Yeah, I just haven't set up the automation stuff because everything that I set up right now will be set up to point to all the UltraChen TV channels. And what I want to do is make sure that I have everything set up for the other the Jay Chenzor channels when it comes time. However, I've just been, obviously, I've gone kind of ham with the Discord channel. So so as a result, like I haven't been as fast with a lot of other stuff. But next thing I'm probably gonna do is work on the Patreon stuff, and then after the Patreon stuff is done, I will do I'm going to try to take care of the channel stuff. I need to do all the graphics there. Actually, you know what? I think that should be my main goal this week, is to do all that stuff. So I think that's the way it should go. But yeah, there's a lot of automation tools. Stream Deck can even do that, right? Like you can just click a button on Stream Deck and it automatically pastes, you know, the channels, for example. But like I said, I just don't want to program it in to be UltraChen TV on all of it, and then just like a couple of days later change it all to Jay Chenzor. Is there a way to donate for YouTube viewers? I mean, that's a good question, because I mean, you know, a lot of YouTube users won't have chat. Let me see if my donate link even still works over here. Oh, I don't have a donate link. All right. Let me try something really quick over here. I don't have a donate link on the UltraChen TV. That's the part that confused me here. I have, let's see here. Channel. Let's go to the chat, even though this one isn't live, but I can do donate here. And let's see, does this donate link even still work? Jesus. Let's see. Oh yeah, okay, there you go. Oh, I have 2 of them? I have 2 different donate links, huh? Ha, okay. Here, let me get you a couple of different donate pages over here. Here's one. So here's one. That's for Stream Elements donation, and then the other one will be here. And then there's one here which is just direct PayPal. And if you have PayPal, that's just going to be like, obviously that makes it simpler if it's just PayPal and stuff. Eventually, I'm going to get a Patreon up as well. I mean, I have a Patreon, but it's woefully out of date. And I definitely want to add more stuff to it. Actually, let me put this music back on. I want to add stuff to it. Oh, what the heck? What are YouTube memberships? Is that like subscribers for YouTube? I actually never heard of that. Oh man, because obviously I'm very, very new to streaming on YouTube over here. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. So I guess YouTube does have its subscribe stuff, memberships, but honestly, I don't, I've never done it before, and I don't know how it works, so, oh, you have to, oh, okay, so maybe what I'll have to do is, like, try to apply for it or something like that, or, you know, if I, oops, okay, let's do this. Oh, I can't do that. What about this? I can't do this. Let's see. So that's all just monetization settings over here. And then this one. Oops, that's not what I want. Oh, I didn't realize I could do this. Oh, that's not what I want. Okay, never mind. That's webcam. I see. Stream. Manage. The stream can be accessed again from the manage list. Okay, that's true. Okay, that's fine. Manage. Yeah, I'm not sure how to do it, to be honest with you yet. So I'll look into it, Zilcho and everybody else, about starting that up on the YouTube channel. So I'll definitely look into that when I get the chance. So, I don't care about you. Why are you doing this? Can I get rid of that? Oh, well, whatever. Okay, so, Lazy Win. I actually, picked Big Bird because I really just wanted the Big Bird to win. Cause, you know, I admire him so much as a player, and you know, 2 second place finishes at Evo are brutal. So like I was hoping he could win and do that. Okay, thank you, T Dummy. I appreciate it. I mean, just as a preparation for you guys, I may. Oh God, Itazan. Oh no. I feel so bad for Itazan. But I may need to do a donation stream at some point in time. So I'll let you guys know. It just depends on the prognosis of my poor baby girl Jasmine. So, you know, keep her in good thoughts. Hopefully she's fine. Hopefully it's nothing. But I am a little scared. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people did. Villager, you did so. Ani did so as well. Yeah, I mean, most of us were like, oh, hey, you know, Blas is, yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's good, you know, but like, we didn't know just how good Blas was. So yeah, that was ridiculous. That performance was ridiculous. So, well, again, we're not sure what's going on with Jasmine, and it is going to be expensive to do like like a couple of like an X-ray and do like an extra analysis on her blood sample. So it's gonna cost me like, I'm gonna say like around $600 for these things. She needs an X-ray, and then some analysis, extra analysis done on her blood. And then depending on what the X-ray finds, we'll see what happens. So, yeah, I mean, people talk about that a lot, Lance Muscles. You know, that's one of the big, that's what, oh God, no, pet bills are ridiculous, dude. If you can ever find some sort of pet insurance at your company, it is really, really great. But yeah, I mean, that's obviously a topic that people talk about a lot, right? Is it the diversity or the top 32 kind of thing? And, you know, we've all wanted the point system back, and I'll talk about this a little bit more. Actually, let me just do this here, just so I'm on stream over here. So obviously, you know, this is something that, you know, has been talked about a lot here. And in my opinion, I don't see why we can't do a both kind of system. Like, obviously, you know, one of the things is that in terms of, you know, there's 48 qualifiers. So, you know, what people want to see are, you know, top, what do you call it, 48 players in the world going up against each other. But, you know, with 48 slots, I feel like what we can do is just a nice balance, and we can have some spots, you know, we can technically try to get most of the top players, and then at the same time, we can also do the, diversity option as well. Yes, I had this last week, but back to short hair. My brother saw him. He was like, I actually recognize this guy. I was actually worried. Like, one of the things I liked about my long hair was that I thought it, you know, because it was like draping down the sides of my face, I thought, you know, it helped me make my face look fat, less fat. But I am, didn't turn out as bad. So I got the haircut. I actually think it looks really good. So I'm happy. That's like the old man John Cena hairdo. Looks younger now, huh? Okay, good, cool. But yeah, so like I don't mind it. I'll talk about this a little bit more. But you know, they're bringing back the point system, so now we are going to get a little more reward. So I think what they said, like, I think they said the top 6 players in terms of the points between the 8 premieres. And what's cool about that is that's going to motivate people to at least go to the premieres. One of the bad things about last year was that some of the premieres were definitely much less attended than others. And so having them all affected, so all of them are, if you win, you qualify. If you don't win, then certain group gets like up to the top 8, I think it is, or more than that, will get points. And so that will encourage people to traveling to more of those. I'd like to see points added to a lot of smaller events as well, with no auto qualifying spots, because then people can be like, well, I'm a little behind, so I'm going to go to Texas Showdown. I'm going to go to Frosty Faustings, pick up a few extra points here, you know, and that helps promote those events as well, because, you know, one of the discourses in the FGC right now is that the offline events are starting to die out, and they're starting to feel a little superfluous at this point. And again, I talked about this a long time ago, and nobody listened to me. Yes, and that's the other problem, is that traveling is so much more expensive. So for me, one of the solutions is to increase the number of players to 64, right? Now, this obviously is very expensive, right? People are like, really? Just adding 16 people? Like 16 flights, 16 hotels? I mean, yeah, it's very expensive. Also, just, you know, try to make sure they can all get visas, doing all that work like that. All the like the PR, I guess, you know, public relation, what is the word, but publicity, assets, you got to do more assets and stuff. And not only that, but you're going to have to add maybe 1 or 2 more days to the event to play through all the pools, right? Because, and how are you going to do the pools? Right now, it's 2 out of pools of 6 players. If you get it up to 64, you would do 2 out of pools of 8 players. But 8 players means a lot more matches. Holy crap. Like last time we were trying to do our math and we failed miserably. But let me see if I can do this here. So it would normally, okay, so if there's 6 people in a pool, so it'd be 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2, which would be 14 matches. And if you have 8 players in a pool, it'd be 7 plus, whoops, let's start over here. 7 plus 6 plus 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2. That would be 27 matches. So you actually increase from 14 matches to 27 matches. You actually double the matches that are necessary to play in pools. And so we have 3 days of groups. We would either extend it to 6 days of groups, try to make them faster or make days longer, or make 2 streams so that some matches are played on the secondary stream, or you don't play some matches at all, right? And that's a terrifying it's a terrifying prospect right there. I mean, the less breaks thing. Look, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why Japan is obsessed with long downtime. I don't know. I honestly don't know what it is. But it seems that way. All of their events are like that. So, but yeah, so Doria from downtown, remember in previous years, it was Capcom Cup week because the previous weekend was the last chance qualifier, which then led into Capcom Cup. So they could do that. They could certainly do that. Maybe make the group phases start on Saturday, like Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then have a break on Friday, and then, the top 16 on Saturday, and then SFL on Sunday, or something like that, right? But again, it's tough for, people who want to go and watch. It's tough for people, even at home who just want to watch. I mean, that's just, there's a lot more content to watch that way. I mean, again, right? So Dude McGuy says, make every match 3 out of 5. But man, that's, again, like you are extending the time a lot, like a lot. Thanks to you, I managed to argue against people insisting group phase of Capcom Cup should be 1st to 3 next year, because that would make things dramatically longer, as you'd have a maximum of 360 matches of group phase to a potential maximum of 600, and that's too long. Yeah, absolutely. World Warrior staying. Yes, Adversary 1, I did cut my hair. So... but that is a lot of Street Fighter. Why? Honestly, I've had it long for quite some time now. And I only got it that long because of the pandemic, and I wanted to see how it went, see if I could. And also, I'm so old that I was like, you know what? I'm going to do this before I can't do this anymore. And I had it long, and I'll be honest with you, I did like it. I thought it was cool, and, it definitely, made me, I felt a little more like, more unique kind of thing. Like it was out of the ordinary. But one, I got tired of eating my hair when I was eating food a lot of times. 2, is like every time I looked down, my hair would block my face, and it was kind of annoying. And 3, honestly, like, my mom has just been like, please cut your hair for like the last 3 years. So I was like, all right, fine. I'm just gonna go ahead and cut my hair. So I just did. And, it's nice. It's nice in one way in that, like, it's easy to dry. I don't have to dry my hair for 10 hours anymore. Man. So yeah, and again, this is how I've worn my hair most of my life. Like most of the time you see me, this is how short my hair is, and my hair has very rarely ever been that long. So, let's see here. What do you say here? The cup was great. The tour sucks. Capcom barely supports local tournaments anymore, and I hate it. Even in SF4, I watched a ton of tournaments, but since COVID, they made the tour so bad, no one has an incentive to organize offline tournaments. Yeah, absolutely, agree. But I'll talk about that a little bit more later when I get a little bit more into Capcom Cup and how they've announced the new format and stuff. Also, if anybody has a tweet of the current format that they have set up, let me know, because that would be nice. So a straight double elimination. So the only reason why we run everything with pools is because everybody complained. They were like, we don't want double elimination because then these players work all year long just to go to the event and go 0-2 and they're done. And so like Capcom was like, all right, well, let's find a way to make it the pool so people get to actually play more, right? And so like they did. And so if we went back to the double elimination bracket, I think a lot of people would get mad, essentially. So, well, it wasn't that original gamer. If you just joined in right now, we were just talking about, how we can grow Capcom Cup. And for me, I mean, the only way to really grow it in a way that we're happy, that everybody is satisfied, that we get the best players and diversity, is to expand the roster to 64 people. Because right now there is only there's 48 players right now. If we expand it to 64, add 16, then we have a lot more offline premieres we can do. We can also have more people qualify via points maybe have more super regions for the World Warrior kind of stuff, etc., etc. So that's the idea behind that. And so, someone was asking, well, because obviously if we go 64 people and let's say we put 8 people in every pool, right? If we put 8 people in every pool and 2 people qualify, like I calculated, that goes from 14 matches to 27 matches. Like you double the amount of matches that you have to play. So if we just count it as like literally doubling, that means we need 6 days of pools, right? Because we already have 3 days of pools to run through it. And could we run faster? Probably. But if we did that though, then, obviously it's more expensive and just all this stuff and blah, 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 blah. So people were asking, why not just make it a double elimination bracket again? And the reason is because when it was a double elimination bracket, a lot of people didn't like that because they just hated, like, oh, I'm rooting for this guy, and then he goes 0-2 and you never see him play again, And the other thing too is that, with round robin, what's really cool about this is that it does offer the ability for upsets. Like we saw so many of them this year. And what that does is it allows players who don't qualify into the top 16 to still affect the bracket. That's really cool, right? Like you could be like, person who came as your first Capcom Cup and, you go 0-2 in your first one and, essentially you feel like you don't have any chance to qualify. You go 0-3, but then your fourth match is against the guy has the most games, who's currently undefeated at 3-0. And if you beat him, like you can change the whole outcome of how everything goes. And that's cool, right? So that means the players are still playing for something. And they get to play more than just 2 games, and that would be really, really nice. Oh, thank you, JNV. You got the link there. So this is the new one. Oh yeah, this is the new one. Okay, over here. But I know they also have a bunch of stuff about like how all the rules worked and everything like that. I'm trying to see where that was, because Incross was talking about this, and where it shows which ones are going to be the super regions, which ones aren't the super regions, etc. Okay, to Halu. Let's see what you got over here. Yeah. This one works. There we go. Perfect. Thank you. Yes, perfect. You saw Zando talking about making Arc World Tour Swiss format. Wonder if that would be applicable here. But it's also a 64-player Swiss sounds a bit crazy production side. Yeah, I mean, what is it? Swiss is like, everybody, I don't remember exactly how it works, but it was like everybody plays, and then like everybody who's 1-0 plays each other, and everybody who's like 0-1. I don't remember exactly. Ryu being the most honest character glitching, I wouldn't say Ryu is the most honest character, but he is certainly a lot more honest than a lot of the other characters glitching, so I don't disagree with you either, so for sure. No, I mean, Capcom Cup in South America, yeah, I mean, that needs to happen at some point in time, but right now, Capcom Cup being in Japan is right. What we do need is a premiere. We need a premiere event in South America and in Africa. We need something like maybe in Central Africa or something, but obviously, that's a whole nother story. There's a lot of unrest and stuff going on in Africa and a lot of different areas and stuff. So, I don't know enough because my world knowledge and stuff like that is actually pretty sad. So I'm not sure exactly how, what's going on over there and everything. So, but yeah, Africa needs a premiere. South America definitely needs a premiere. And Chile, honestly, would be a great place to run it because, like I said, I went to Chile. I was in Santiago, and, I think Santiago would be a great city to run a premiere. Now, obviously, I'll talk about this a little bit more later on, but, I am hoping that, what am I trying to say here? I am hoping that this year, with them adding the point system, that, all that stuff like that is kind of a stepping stone year for next year. I do hope that there's more. Yeah, the SFL players auto qualifying is trash. What Capcom is obviously trying to do is they're trying to, up the stakes of SFL as much as possible because, if you actually look at SFL, it's super popular in Japan. So for next year, John the Automaton, that means Pugera, Kowano, Gachikun, and YHC Mochi have all qualified. So those 4 players are in Capcom Cup for next year already. So, yeah. So, again, it's good or not because, what if a character gets nerfed or something? And I don't know. It's just obviously it's and it's a team, right? And so maybe, so some people are like, well, what if one player just gets carried through the team, There's a lot of questions about that, and so it's an interesting decision. But like I said, they want to make it higher stakes because again, SFL in Japan is huge. Yeah, and if they expand to 64, then having 4 of those spots of the 16 spots go to the SFL team, okay, right? Then let's add a few more premieres, turn more areas back into World Warrior, right? So if we had 12 left, then maybe add 4 more premieres, offline premieres, start adding points to a lot more of the smaller tournaments that are out there, and then add in what was it? Like I said, like 4 more premieres, and then add 8 more. Like turn a bunch of the 8 regions in World Warrior back into super regions, so that 2 people can qualify for that. So we only have 4 super regions left. And it would be nice to get some more of those, because some areas are so densely packed that only sending 1 representative is kind of brutal already. And then also, just to give more chances for people in the other regions to qualify, right? And in that case, you know, like the concerns of people being like, oh, but then they're not the best going. But, you know, if you split it up that way so that a lot of, bless Incross, dude. He's such a hero putting all this information here. God, he's the best. Sorry, I got distracted and now my brain fell off here again, and I don't remember what the hell I was saying anymore. But oh yeah, just to get more people, right? And since we increased the roster, it doesn't feel like the increase of people who qualify from World Warriors are really, you know, stepping on the people who qualify via the offline premieres and points. And so I think that works, right? So obviously, like, you know, so like let's say 4 come from the SFL, and then you have 12 left, and then like you could make it so that we add 4 more premieres, you add 4 more premieres. Right now, it's the top 6 that get in via points. You can make it the top 2. So then you would actually have 10, 16, so 6 super regions that you could make. Something like that, right? Like, that's just how it is. But again, see, the problem is, Lance Muscles, is Capcom Cup should be all killer, no filler. Absolutely agreed. Absolutely agreed. We have absolutely 0 ways to determine who's filler and who's killer. That's the problem. If we're living in a perfect world and we were a real league that was just like everybody could, you know, like people are making money off of this, and like they could travel to everything, and this is just straight up their job and they're making money, and like, yeah, absolutely agreed. It's almost kind of like one of these, not to get political, like DEI arguments, right? Because like, the reason why we have DEI is because a lot of people who are qualified are being rejected because of the color of their skin. And so right now in the fighting game community, we're kind of doing the same thing. We're rejecting a lot of people as killers because we don't see them, right? If we ran by a killer, no filler format, we wouldn't have had Blaz happen this year. We would have had no Blaz happen this year at all. And I've had people on my Twitter just be like, well, clearly Blaz is so good. Why, like, he would just travel and gain the points and win, right? And I'm just like, dude, do you know how prohibitively expensive it is for people from Chile to travel to all these different events? And not only that, like, they might not even be able to get to the United States, you know, because their visas are gonna get denied and stuff like that. Like, it's crazy. So again, like, I agree with you, Lance, absolutely, 100%. Killers, no fillers. But we are in a position where we don't know who the killers are. Because for all intents and purposes, Blaz from Chile, 15 years old, like, everybody would, except for everybody who's from Chile, would just be like, who is this? No. Like, he went to Blink Respawn, like, Creme finished higher than him, so what is Blaz? Who cares? You know, and like, we would have not had this Capcom Cup, which many people are saying, like, is absolutely one of the best Capcom Cups ever. So, you know, hey, congratulations, Justin Cooper. That's awesome. Justin Cooper saying he just got to Diamond with Cammy. And as much as everybody says Cammy is broken, she's hard to win with, man. She's hard to win with. Yeah, some of the offline qualifiers didn't do well either, right? Yeah, exactly. And, you know, to be fair, to the point, some of the World Warrior qualifiers also didn't do well, but a lot of the times it takes time for them, right? Because, again, these are players who may have never, ever traveled, you know, outside of their own city, let alone their country. And they're going to Japan. They've never seen a stage with those kind of lights before and that kind of audience and people cheering and everything like that. Like, this is scary stuff for a lot of these people, you know? So even if they go 0-5 or 1-4 or something like that, it's just like, you can't be like, well, see, they didn't deserve to get here, right? So like, one of my favorite stories, absolutely one of my favorite stories. So Juninho Raz made it into Capcom Cup this year. He was 2-1 going into the last day. And if he could win the last two matches, unfortunately it was Angry Bird and Shuto, but had he won that, he would have he basically would have qualified. He was looking really strong. Everybody was surprised at how well Juninho Raz has been playing, right? But keep in mind, this was his third year in a row, okay? He was 3-2 this year. He was 3-2 the previous year. And the year before that, he was 1-4. Oh, yeah, I think you're right. I think he was 3-0. Yeah, you're right. You're right. He was 3-0, Comrade Tyrone. Yes, he was 3-0 going into the last day. Imagine that, dude. Like, 3-0, right? He had a potential to maybe get 5-0, right? So, you know, Bellotto did great as well, but the reason why I'm telling the story about Juninho Raz is because this is his third year in a row. So he got 3-2. Previous year, he was 2-3, if I'm not mistaken. Or was he 3-2 again? It's one of those two. But the first year he made it was the last year of Street Fighter V. And he went 1-4. And the reason why I bring up Juninho Raz is because the one thing that I remember the most from that year was his second to last match was against Ending Walker. And he had a super close match against Ending Walker with his Ryu. And Ending Walker made a mistake, accidentally let out a very punishable move. And basically, if my memory serves me correct, if Juninho Raz won that round, it was either like that was it, or he was just like super in position to win the match against Ending Walker, and that would have changed the standings considerably because Ending Walker was one of the highest scorers in that pool. He drops the combo, like he does, like, I forgot what the move he was trying to link. It was like medium punch, and he tried to do crouch fierce into super, but medium punch, he did crouch fierce too late. Ending Walker blocked it, super was blocked, Ending Walker killed him. And I remember distinctly that as soon as that match ended, he unplugged his stick, wrapped the cord around there, and he just like hightailed it off the stage. Like not even looking at the audience. Like he just grabbed a stick and, you know, again, as a man of empathy, I sense body language and all this stuff. Like he was really, really sad because he was like, I'm not winning any of these matches, but I can win this one against Ending Walker to show what I can do. I can affect the bracket. He drops the winning combo. That's called the Wong factor. You know, it's just like, oh my God, if I hit this, I win. And he stormed off the stage and looked really, really sad. And, you know, like I said, being the empath that I was commentating at the balconies way in the back, over like halfway back in the stage. And I saw him walk off and like, I was just like, ooh, okay. And I literally said, like, I mean, you can go find this match on YouTube. Like, I was like, you know, I don't know if he's listening to this right now or, you know, if he watches this on the VOD. And I was like, I know you're super depressed right now, and I know you're really upset at yourself for dropping that combo. And I just was like, but don't let it get to you. I was like, you made it here to Capcom Cup this year. It was his first Capcom Cup. I was like, you made it here. you can make it back. And when you do, you won't drop the combo next time. You know, like this is what I said. I was like, you'll make it back and you won't drop the combo next time. Okay, yeah, see, Lance even remembers me talking about this. And, you know, I was like, so don't be discouraged. Like, keep your head up. You know, you can do this next year, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And literally, like, later on that day, when I was done with commentary, I ran into Juninho Raz, and he was like, hey, I heard what you said. And he said that helped a lot. This is what he said. He was like, I was feeling really bad, and you said that, and that made a huge difference. And he said he felt a lot better, honestly. And so, you know, that's the thing, right? If we judge a player like coming into Capcom Cup, it's their first Capcom Cup, and the lights and everything is so crazy, you know, if we're like, oh, you know, look at this guy, why is he in Capcom Cup? He went 1-4, garbage, you know, like, if that's how we if that's how we interpret it, like, that's just unfair. that's literally just unfair, right? I mean, so again, the reason why for something like tennis we can do killers no fillers is because these players are traveling to every tournament. They're playing in circuits. They're playing in everything, right? They're going everywhere. These players are fighting each other all the time. We can actually seed players. But if we wanted to seed players at Capcom Cup, it's impossible because Blas has never played like 98% of Capcom Cup's qualifiers, right? Everybody that he played was at Blink Respawn if he ran into them. But so if Blas has never played any of these people, how do we actually know if he's a killer or a filler? There's literally no way. There's literally no way. Oh, dude, Jake Ryan says, I'll never forget qualifying for the DBFZ World Tour Finals to go 0-3 in sets. It was brutal. I couldn't even bring myself to go back and watch the comp. Dude, it sucks, dude. Like, it's hard. And again, like, you know, I mean, this will probably delve a little bit into this whole drama nonsense that went on over here. But, like, we're all, like, we're not getting paid for any of this, man. Like, this is not our career, right? So, like, you know, like, these things can destroy you. Like, players can go and perform badly, and that will haunt them for the rest of their lives, you know? I mean, Andre, you can't call him not Noah the Prodigy. I mean, he did really freaking well, okay? Like, we're not even going to try to pretend getting into top 8 is like, you're whatever. Like, dude, he got in the top 8 of Capcom Cup, okay? He backed up a lot of his talk. So Noah the Prodigy is doing just fine, so. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you know, a lot of tennis players probably wouldn't be called killers in majors and stuff, but in terms of seeding, they're there, right? And then there's qualifiers that, you know, they would win to get the extra few spots and stuff, you know. Essentially, unless they're injured or have a reason to not go, you're assuming that everybody who makes it into a Wimbledon, everyone who makes it into the US Open, Australia Open, or the French Open, you know, are the best people who wanted to go, you know, because I don't know how it works exactly. I don't know if, like, the top few seeds, like, have automatic berth, like, I want to play, and they'd be like, you can play, because they're that way, right? So, but yeah, like, yeah, and they're funded by companies and countries. That's a big one, too. Right now, we're still trying to fight people to get them to the event at all. like Capcom literally has to, like, be trying to help get visas. And I think Capcom even, like, contacted Sherry Jennings to help get the visas for some of these people because she's done the research on all this and she's done all that work to help people get to to get to Evos and stuff like that. She knows what a lot of countries are looking for, so she knows what kind of documents to use, what questions to expect, and all this stuff to help people actually get these visas, right? This is what I said. Like, I want it to be a point where like let's just say Blas, let's just say Blas from Chile goes to the the foreign council in Chile and walks up and is like, "Hi, my name is Blas. I'm trying to get a visa to go to the States to play in, Capcom Cup. And I want the department just to be like, oh, sick, you're going to Evo? Oh, good luck," right? But like right now, it's still like, what is an Evo? Like, I'm going for esports. And you're like, right? I mean, like, like, what does that even mean? Like, so they're like, oh, how do we know you're not just going to go there and just disappear because you're just trying to escape and go to America, right? Like, this is what they're facing, right? I mean, we're just not in that position. And so, we have to, I want to be at that point where they're like, oh, sick, you're going to Evo, let's get you there, because, FGC is big and everybody knows what it is. If you're a tennis player from Chile and you're like, "Hi, I'm a tennis player, I'm going to the US Open, here's a bunch of footage of me, here's me winning this qualifying tournament, blah, 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 blah," they'll be like, "Oh, okay, good luck." But for fighting game communities, they're just like I'm going to Las Vegas for Capcom Cup because I'm really good at Street Fighter 6, and the person will be there and just be like, they haven't made one after 2. What are you talking about? You sound like you're making everything up. Denied. So like, oh man, it's hard, dude. It's really freaking hard. You thought Limestone had a pretty good showing, but I have friends who thought he really shouldn't have been there. Some people only want the top 48 players who went on a ton of tournaments and did well and don't care about the World Warrior aspect. Yeah, and that's why afterwards I tweeted like, nobody had better shit on this World Warrior, format ever again after what Blas did. And boy, did I get a lot of like, oh, I got a lot of pushback on that one, dude. I was just like, dude, like, come on. What the hell? Right, so when you actually land in Las Vegas, they all know what Evo is because Evo has been happening forever. And again, Vegas loves Evo because summertime is the off season of Las Vegas. I don't know if you guys know that. Like, it would make, like, you're like, what? It's like gambling city. Like, summer should be like when everyone's on vacation. Like, that should be the busy, dude. It is 110 degrees in Vegas in the summer. Those of you who have been to Evo, you know how goddamn hot it gets out there. Summer is the off season. And the fact that Evo gets that many people to Vegas in the summer, they love Evo. That's why they gave us a key to their city. That's why they work with us constantly. That's why we can work with the government there and like just, to reroute all the networks so that we have bigger bandwidth, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, like people don't go to Vegas in the summer. So that's why they love us in Vegas. So yes, everybody in Vegas knows about Evo, but if you're the governments in the other country, that's the concern because they're the ones who are going to be granting you the visa to actually travel to the United States. And me personally, as long as our government is like this, no comment, I would rather have Capcom Cup be anywhere but the United States at this point. So, speaking of Juninho and Blas, from players like Brazil, Chile, Argentina, a trip like this costs approximately 10 months of minimum wage, not spending on anything else. Yes, 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 yes. I have talked to people and they have said even just buying Street Fighter 6 and a joystick is like 3 months of your salary, or so, like 2 months of your salary. Like, if you bought no food or anything, it's really freaking hard to succeed in these other countries. So if we give them the ability to qualify, and then Capcom covers your travel and your hotel, again, this is an opportunity that these players will never get to travel to something like this. They're not going to CEO. They're not. When I was in Chile, I met like one of the premier Resident Evil speedrunners. And she kept telling me, she was like, I would really, one of these days, love to go to an AGDQ or something. And I was like, you should. And she's like, I can't. You know, it's expensive and like visa issues, right? Like, it's not that simple. Like, it's so hard. Yeah, Rebecca, I met Rebecca in Chile. So yeah, I mean, like, it's really freaking hard to travel. I mean, Capcom Cup being in Japan for the foreseeable future, I don't mind. I would like that to change. I love the idea that whoever wins, it should go to that country. So like if Blas won, it should go to Chile, but that's not possible yet. That's not possible yet, so. So again, this is all just to say, like, you're absolutely right. Capcom Cup should be the top 48 players in the world. It should be the top 64 players in the world, however big it is. 100%. Yes, yes, yes. The issue is that determining who the top players are is impossible. And you're like, we've got point systems and stuff. Again, impossible. Because that means, like it was during the point system days when it was only point systems, only the people who had sponsors that could travel could qualify. And that's still, we don't know if that necessarily means the top 64 players or top 48 players are going, right? Because Blas, he's 15 years old. He's not traveling to any events. Like, well, I mean, he can now because he just won $100,000 US. But, you know, like, you know, he could travel now, but that's because we had the World Warrior that allowed him to get to Japan in the first place. So it's a chicken or the egg kind of thing, you know? So, oh, thank you, Solid Sam. Thank you, Solid Sam. I appreciate that, man. And Andre says, me recognizing Juninho's efforts is a really big deal. It's great for him to hear that. I mean, obviously, after that first year, I've had a very, like, I'm very interested in his progress because, like I said, it is obviously strong. And, you know, I again, the empath in me, like, when I saw Juninho so sad on the stage, like, it's great now to see him here playing Street Fighter 6 and smiling and laughing on stage, you know, and just having a great time. And this is his third year, so a lot of these players he knows. So, like, he'll come to Capcom Cup and just be like, hey, what's up? And a lot of these guys will be like, hey, what's up, Juninho? Haven't seen you. How you doing? You know, like, it's like, that is awesome, right? Like, even if you don't qualify into the top 16 or whatever, like, that just experience is just so much fun, man. It's just so much fun, and it's great, you know? So, again, which, again, comparing to tennis, it's a rich man's sport to make the point system work. Right. If you don't travel the world and pay $1,000 entry fee for each tournament, you don't get to rank. In tennis, obviously, right. It's not $1,000 entry fee for FGC. But, you know, as Ajit says here, even with the money, the opportunities for a 15-year-old are fewer, right? So should you compare it to, like, say, Tetris players? I think a lot of people compete in that. Tetris is so grassroots right now. Like, again, every time I used to go to PRGE, the Portland Retro Gaming Expo, I was paying for my own flight, I was paying for my own hotel, and it was only after the event was done that they were like, hey, James, we have a little extra money left over here. And I'd be like, thanks, but I expect nothing out of that, right? It's easier for me now because PRGE is in Southern California. Whew, so that actually saves me a lot of money. But like, honestly, that's how it works, right? Like, Tetris is super grassroots, super grassroots. And the reason for that being also is because they're not making anybody any money. Like, yo, Tetris CTWC is awesome. Let me go and download my NES emulator and buy my weird third-party controller so I can practice, right? Like even the Tetris company is not making any money for this. So what is the Tetris company's motivation to be like, let's give you a $100,000 prize pool? Like, what is their motivation? They literally get nothing out of it. Like, they get nothing out of it except Tetris is in the news. But that's how it is, right? Like, again, like you like money, like everyone seems to think that money comes from nowhere, it's crazy. It's crazy. Ajit's, the reason why they play the NES version is because the NES version is like clearly one of the hardest versions of Tetris out there. Like, if you played the scoring like they do right now on most modern Tetrises that don't send junk to each other, if you're just doing score comparisons, you can't run that tournament. You can't run that tournament because nobody worth their salt in Tetris will ever die in the modern Tetrises. On Tetris DS, like, I can play the endless mode and I will play forever. I will play forever. You just put the console to sleep, put it down, go to sleep, come back, keep going. You will never die. Never die. So the Grandmaster, again, like, okay, they're selling some versions of it now, but like, it's not making anybody money. Now, Grandmaster 4, which is coming out soon, I mean, interestingly enough, Mihara-san is talking to me, and I can't say much about the things that I talked to him about. But, I would like to see TGM4 have a really robust versus mode so that, that can be a promotion. We try to do some of that stuff with Tetris Effect and things like that. And even Miyaguchi put in a classic Tetris mode into it, but it's not quite perfect and they haven't accepted it yet as a clean alternative to NES Tetris. And so, it's just all that stuff, right? So, you have to think about it. Like, a lot of people are thinking, like, why doesn't Capcom put money into this? Why doesn't Sony dump money into Evo, right? And that's the answer, is what do they get out of it? What do they get out of it, right? Like, no company is going to do this kind of thing just for the love. Like, I mean, maybe, depending on who the CEO is, but like in general, that just doesn't have it. That doesn't happen, right? Galen, absolutely. Either DM me on Twitter or send me an email at jchenzor@jchenzor.com. What I will tell you, Hero Mode Podcast, or Galen, what I will tell you, Galen, is that I probably will not respond because of ADHD. And as I've told everybody who tries to hit me up on these kind of things, keep emailing me. Never, ever, ever feel like you're bothering me. Because, one, if you are, I'll let you know. But most of the time, it is not. It is like, oh, dude, when I started the stream up just now, I just saw something. I was like, shit, I'm supposed to respond to this. And like, I completely forgot. So I need to do that. So yeah, like, never, like, just eat. Like, one guy actually was like, hey, James, you said you would answer some interview questions and you told me to keep bugging you. So here's another email. And then here's another email. Here's another email. Here's another email. And you know what? He was doing it right. And I got back to him. I sent him an answer. He's like, wow, I didn't expect this detail, like this much detail in the answers. Again, like I'm not trying to ghost or ignore people. I'm just terrible. I'm just a terrible person because of my ADHD. Dude, you had Triforce on there. Man, what has he been up to? Raccoon Titty. Okay. Says, yo, Chen, you're my favorite Street Fighter and Tetris commentator. Been a fan for years. I've set my Street Fighter 6 commentator settings. Thank you. Are you also Solid Sam on the YouTube channel? Because that's like the exact same thing you said over there. So I think you're the same guy, but appreciate you very, very much. And I mean, I wish I wish I could be commentating a lot of these events. So, you know, let Capcom know that you want me back at Capcom Cup. Maybe that would help. Esports need a much larger audience for sponsors to start putting money in. All esports or specifically fighting games? Well, that's just a rule for everything, right? So if you have more viewers, you can charge more for sponsors, right? Which is why whenever LCS is like, we have more people watching us than the Super Bowl, haha, like that is just like the most smoke and mirrors bragging I have ever heard, right? Because clearly they have those numbers. They don't tell you that 99 or 98% of those numbers come from China, right? So if they have more viewers than the Super Bowl, then their 30-second ads at the LCS should be making as much money as the Super Bowl. They should be charging the same amount of money as the Super Bowl. The problem is, if you do that, 99% of the people watching are from China, so that doesn't help at all. That doesn't help at all. So Capcom Cup had bigger numbers than EVO. It's hard to say that if that's actually true, because I don't know if we calculated the same thing for EVO, because EVO had a lot of restreamers as well. And I don't know if we tallied up everything on YouTube and all that stuff like that, but so I'm not sure if we can confirm that or not. Although the thing that would make the difference is that Japan is in love with Street Fighter League and stuff like that, and having the event be in Japan is a big deal. If I was a Capcom Cup finalist, I'd demand for Ultra Chen to narrate my grand finals. I mean, thank you. I would love that. I'd love that. Speaking of getting out, Capcom needs to fire the entire SF6 marketing team and hire one that releases trailers at events and moments of hype, not on a random rainy day Thursday. Again, like, this is always the hardest part when people talk about these kind of things, because, like, a lot of people don't know what's happening behind scenes and all this other stuff and everything. And yeah, while it sounds completely obvious that that's what should happen, like, we don't know how well synced the marketing department and the esports department are. And you would think, okay, we'll talk to each other and try to do that. But they may have schedules. They may have, so outlets like an IGN or something may have paid for exclusive rights to reveal this like a day earlier or something like that. Or, you know, like a certain event, right? Like maybe Evo Japan's like, hey, if you reveal this trailer at our event, we'll, you know, give you a discount on whatever. I don't know, like on booth space or something like that. You never know, right? Like there's a million reasons out there of why these things can happen the way they do. And so, you know, it takes a lot of coordination and it has to make sense for the company at the time. But again, the hardest part is that what a lot of people don't realize, because we are all so like FGC us, like that, right? That we don't acknowledge the fact that we're still like this, right? Like, here's the Street Fighter 6 playing base, here's the FGC, right? So do they reveal this at this event, or do they reveal something at Tokyo Game Show when everybody's on hyper alert and everybody is looking for news, et cetera, et cetera? So it's just like, yes, you're right. Like, where the hell was my Elena trailer? And I'm still mad about it. But again, you know, it sucks because, like, if you're not involved in all this stupidness and red tape and business crap, and I say that, you know, knowing full well how much it affects decisions, like, if you're not aware that all this stuff happens, like, it does seem illogical, and it seems absolutely mind-numbing that they wouldn't do this, you know, and it's tough, right? So yeah, Capcom has their own show. They could reveal stuff there, kind of like how trailers undermine the Game Awards, you know, from the games they're supposed to actually be selling. Yeah, absolutely, exactly. Even with Capcom, look at what Monster Hunter Wilds just did on launch week. Where do you think their priorities are? Yeah, right? Like, seriously, they would get a bigger audience for an Elena reveal trailer from a Monster Hunter Wilds tie-in for an area that looks kind of like African safari, and Elena's now just there. Like, hey, see Elena in Monster Hunter Wilds, and if you find her, it'll play the trailer, you know, like... like, they would get so much more. Yeah, it could be on a Nintendo Switch 2 reveal. Like, that's a great one, right? Like, maybe, like... Capcom's like, please put us in your Nintendo Switch 2 reveal, and Nintendo would be like, what can you give us, Capcom? And Capcom would be like, we'll reveal Elena and the Season 3 stuff there. And then Nintendo will go, we will think about that, peon, but in the meantime, pray that you can get into our Nintendo Direct, you know, and like literally, that absolutely could happen, right? And so it's hard, like, from our standpoint as fans, you know, everything is like, well, duh, they should have done this, or why don't they just? But, like, once you actually start, and again, a lot of this knowledge that I built up and awareness of what happens didn't even happen from me being in esports. This happened from me working at Symantec and working on a product that had regular shipping times. And, like, you would see, like, we need to get these scores on reviews. We need to do this. Like, hey, we need to have a 95% pass rating on our product. And we're currently at 82%. And so how, like, can you get us to 95% before we ship? And our QA director was like, what features do you want to cut? And then the people at the top were like, no. Like, can you get it up? Like, how many more weekends do we have to work to get it to 95%? And the QA director was like, how many features do you want to cut? And they're like, we don't think you understand. Like, can you get it up to 95% by the time we ship? And he's like, how many features? Like, do you want to cut features, or do you want 95%? Like, I am a QA director. I am protecting the QA, and I am ensuring the quality of the product. Like, we can't get to 95% without working 24 hours a day for everybody. And they're like, but we have to. And they're like, he's like, nope. So let me tell you, that QA director was our first QA director at the company and our last QA director at that company, at least for my team. And after that, it was like, QA, all right, work 24 hours, work every weekend, work all this stuff. Yeah, right? Can't you just add 10 people to the project? Dude, just nothing works the way that people think it does. And the thing that made me super mad and made me quit the first time I left that company, so I quit the company, I eventually went back, and then I was let go, I was laid off. But when I quit the first time, it was because the product shipped, got terrible reviews in, like, a lot of the magazines, and they had to blame somebody. Like, they couldn't put it on themselves. Like, the management couldn't put it on themselves. And they figured that the easiest group to blame was the automation team which was my team, even though it wasn't our fault at all, in any way, shape, or form, they were like, automation team didn't do a good enough job. So at the ship party, like, everybody got gifts. Like, here's an iPad, here's an iPhone, here's an iPod for these guys, and here's these cool things, and our team got nothing. They literally gave us nothing. We were like 4 people deep on our team, and they gave us nothing because they scapegoated our team. I almost stood up and yelled, "Fuck you," and walked away. Like, I almost just did that. I was livid. I was so goddamn mad. And so, like, again, like, this is how companies work. It's just, it sucks, but this is just how it works, man. And so, like, I understand that this is how to work. Yeah, not much has changed since then. Same shit still happens in software. Exactly. And that's, well, I mean, to be fair, like I said, I quit really soon afterwards. And I lost all my severance because I quit. Like, I would have had like a 12-year severance. I could have just chilled for like a year if I had just done that, but I was so mad, I just basically quit. So this is the problem. Like, this is the problem with companies. And this is why, like, you know, whenever I see all these things happen, like, people are always just like, oh, you know, blah, this is this, and why don't they just do that? Why don't they just do that? I've seen it all, you know, like, I've heard about, and I have a lot of friends who work in game development. And so a lot of times I'll ask them, like, hey, why can't you do? Why can't you do? Why can't you do? And they're like, bruh. And I do hear a lot about a lot of this stuff. So it's never that simple. I wish it really was. I really, really wish it was that simple. But unfortunately, it's just not. And yeah, I don't know what the reason that they didn't give us an Elena trailer or anything. Well, Japan companies are even, like, I don't want to call it worse, but like, they're really bad for a different reason. The reason they don't care, Jay Shine, is because Japanese companies have no career mobility. You get stuck in a position, and once you get assigned to that position, there is no moving up and there is no moving down, which is the craziest part. Both Kojima and Inafune, when they left Japan to come to America, they both talked about how annoying that is. Terada talked about it a lot in his thing, right? Like, in some game companies, obviously there is some upward promotion, but like, you saw how Harada was saying, like, you know, what they want is just, they just want to get promoted to manager position so they can just do, and so they don't love the game they're working on. They don't have that care. And a lot of the people who don't have that opportunity, they're just in a position, and if they do it poorly, they don't get demoted. If they do it well, they don't get promoted. Right. Moving up is waiting for someone older to leave. Exactly. Like Ayanami says. And like, you watch a Gretzko and you can kind of like, they talk about that in there as well. Like, I have never related more to a cartoon in my life than a Gretzko about, you know, this red panda stuck at a job that she doesn't like, looking for love, and, you know, airing out all of her grievances by screaming and yelling death metal at a karaoke booth, you know. So yeah, I mean, there are promotions, but they're hard. They're hard to come by, and it's not going to happen because, at least I've been told, they don't happen because you do well, or if you do poorly, you don't get demoted. And so, you know, a lot of times that motivation just isn't there to do a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, they don't go. Yeah, no, Agretzko got super crazy. I mean, everything does, right? Like, look at Stranger Things season 1 to like the most recent. Dude, look at Cobra Kai. If anybody's here finished Cobra Kai, like this last season, like just went completely off the rails, like in a fun, good way. Like I enjoyed it, but holy crap, none of it made any sense at all whatsoever. Holy crap. Oh man, yeah, but you know, a lot of these shows go like they just have to keep ramping it up, right? Like in season 1 of Stranger Things, it was like crazy, and then season 2, you're like, why is this happening to the same town again? And by the end of the season, characters are flying to Russia to break people out of a prison. Like you're like, what? What? You know, like, wait, what? Huh? Like, you know, like normal people are trying to go to Russia to break people out of a prison with guards with like machine guns and stuff like that. Like, dude, it's crazy. Oh, I'm not going to spoil it. Trust me, I'm not going to say anything. So, oh man. Oh, hi. 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 Oh, hi, Jasmine. Oh, my poor girl. Oh, my poor girl. Please, everybody, keep Jasmine in your thoughts, please. I'm going to take her in tomorrow. She's going to get some x-rays and tests done. I hope you're okay. I hope you're okay, Jasmine. Good girl, good girl, good girl. Okay, anyways, I should actually start the show. I should actually start the show. Oh, thank you, Asian Pikachu. I won't get into, I mean, again, there is a high probability that it's nothing serious, but you want to make sure no matter what. So I'm not going to worry anybody else about Jasmine right now. So I'll find out more soon because, like I said, I'm taking her into the vet tomorrow. I probably won't get the results back for a couple of days. And I mean, depending on the results, like I said, I may have to run like a cat donation stream because healthcare for cats is very, very, very expensive. So, I mean, my barber is Japanese from Japan, so you know, talking to him about games and stuff is actually kind of funny. So, any case, I should start the show for real, for real. So let's do that here. Yeah, Betsy, like I said, if I can handle it, I'll try to handle it. But if I can't, oh, you'll see the GoFundMe for sure. So, because I know everybody loves their fur babies, and so I definitely want to do the best for her. So, actually, what I'm going to do right now, well, Gundam and Jehudi Kai, that's why I found him, and that's why I mean, it's an expensive haircut, right? So, I mean, obviously, he did a great job. So, you know, it's good. Yeah, it's true though. I mean, a lot of times if they're not Asian, they don't, it's weird. Like they don't understand Asian hair as much, but I mean, that's the same for everything, right? Like most black barbers will know how to handle black hair, right? Like that's just how it goes. So it's not racist. It's just you grow up with the hair, or you've seen the hair, and you know what the hair is like. So yeah, you're gonna be better at taking care of it than a lot of other people, right? So, anyways, so what I'm gonna do, you have white hair, white people. Oh no, that sucks. Oh man, I mean, is that, so are you the Shine that I know, Shine? Like the one that I've seen at FGC events for years and years, Shine? Okay, yeah, all right. Because as soon as you were like, I'm mixed, and I was like, okay, it is him, right? So, okay, cool. Thank you for hanging out here. Give me a minute. What I'm going to do... Oh, I'll explain it, Factory Worker 1. I'll explain it. But we're going to take a break. The show will officially start soon, but I'm going to feed the cats right now, so you guys can watch me feed cats and stuff like that. So, yeah, just hang out here and watch some cats. So let me do this really quick. So we're back at the title. Let's turn the volume of this up a little bit. And then I want to add, oh, I don't have it here. Put this here like so. I'll grow it a little bit. Let's grow it a little bit like this. And then what I can probably do is this maybe? Yeah, this will work a little bit. Okay, like so. So what I can do then is just do that. Yoink. Okay, there we go. Oops. Oops. All right, there we go.
All right, Jasmine, you want some food? Want some food?
Yeah. Hey. Hello, light switch. My light switch has been working on and off for the past few months. Recently, it hasn't been giving me any problems. And of course, today, it's giving me problems. Is the bulb actually finally dead? Are you finally actually dead? I almost got it. Oh, forget it. All right. Now, what's it? You guys could actually hear the cat from over here? You could actually hear the meow? That's so funny. Holy crap. It was weird. I walked up and Nathan's food bowl still had food left in it. I've never seen that happen before. Anybody who's ever been on my stream knows, like, that's never happened before. So I don't know what's going on. I'm confused. In any case, yeah, I know, right? Jesus, like, what the hell is wrong with my cats right now? Ugh. I mean, I will say that after I took them to the vet yesterday, they were not happy kitties. So, well, we'll see what happens because, you know, he's eating it now, so there you go. So I put his leftover food in that little yellow bowl over there, added a little more water to it, just to see if he eats it. And I'm gonna walk up to him and he's gonna get really scared because he thinks he's eating something he's not supposed to.
Hi, Ethan. Oh, it's okay. Go ahead, eat your food. Eat it, eat it, eat it, yeah. Good boy. You aren't in trouble.
See, I want him to know that I approve of him eating that food. So he knows the difference of what he's supposed to eat and what he's not supposed to eat. Because that is a very strong distinction that Nathan is not very good at. Oh, man. That cat, seriously, God, he causes so much trouble around here, man. I mean, even Olaf, who has had cats before, said that he's never seen a cat that food motivated and starved as Nathan. He was just like, this is so bizarre. All right, give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Just need to take care of something really quick. Oh. Is Nathan coming over here? Nathan? Oh, no, he's just cleaning himself. Oh, no, there he is.
Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. Come up, come up, come up.
Oh, okay. Hang on a second. I gotta do something really quick.
Hey, come here, Nathan. Come on, Nathan. Come on, Nathan. Come here, Nathan. Come here, Nathan. Here. Come here, Nathan. Oh, there we go. Hi, Nathan.
I mean, he's so food motivated that whenever, like, I feed him, like, he's very grateful. Like, he actually, like, thanks you a lot and stuff.
Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan.
Thank you, yours truly. Hasn't officially started yet. I'm just feeding cats right now.
Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. Hi, buddy. Oh, good boy. You're a good boy. Good boy, Nathan. Good boy, Nathan. Good boy, Nathan. Oh, yeah, there he goes.
There it was. Yeah, Asian Pikachu. They still do the podcast. Yeah. Obviously, couldn't last week because I had to drive up north for the homebrew broadcast, which I hope some of you did manage to see because I thought it was super fun. I had a great time there. Wait, what? Glad to see we have Mena's cousin getting recognition. Good old March 11erd. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I see what you're saying. And now I hate you. Oh, Nathan jumped on the 0. There you go. Okay.
Hi.
I'm still mad that we didn't get to pick our team. I know that Phoenix is supposed to be good, but I would have just liked to have been able to play the team that I wanted to pick, right? Like at least, right?
Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan.
also, that was some BS because BJ Armstrong should not have shot the threes that well. Should not have shot threes that well, dude. Like, Justin was just like shot and just like everything went in, dude. Like, it was so unfair, dude. Like, how does that even happen? Dude, Gundam Jehudi Kai, what performance in StarCraft? That was like literally, not even joking, literally the first time I have ever interacted with StarCraft in my life. There's literally the first time I've ever even touched the controls or done anything in StarCraft in my entire life was just this past weekend. Right, yeah, and that's what Bryce was saying. He was like, 4v1 is like impossible, even if any of them know what they're doing. Yeah, it was Brood War, yeah. But I just like, none of us, like literally zero of us knew how to play. Me, Justin, Tasty Steve, and Vic, all four of us had no idea how to play StarCraft. And Hanzo was like, not even one of you knows how to play? And I was like, nope. Oh man, it was so bad. Bryce? I didn't know. I had no idea. I don't know who EG Machine is. Like, I didn't know. Like, I have no knowledge of that. So I've been working with Bryce forever, and I had no idea he was like super famous, like top 10 NA, you know, player kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, me and Justin were saying that. Like, we never played games on PCs. So we never played StarCraft. We had zero StarCraft. Experience. But he works for 10-0. EG Machine works for 10-0. So I've been working with him this whole entire time, and I had no idea. Had no idea. Thank you, Bray. Thank you. Yeah, and then they had the Nintendo World Championship stuff, which was just completely unfair. And this is the thing. I watched Taskmaster, right? Taskmaster is whoever has the most points at the end of the episode wins. And at the end of all the season, wins. And for the first time in a long time, like, I was doing super good in a competition. Like, usually I get put, like, usually for me, when it's competition like that, it's like, play StarCraft, and I'm the only one who hasn't played StarCraft. Like, that kind of crap happens to me all the time. And so this time I finally had the advantage, and then they decided to win the whole entire thing. The top two players had to play each other in footsies. The high fight game, footsies, and my competitor was Justin Wong. Like, that is just not fair. Like, dude, like, if Justin Wong is involved at that point, like, you just give him the award. Like, nobody's beating him. Like, literally nobody's beating him. I 100% got scammed, dude. I was like, I'm gonna win one of these competitions. You play footsies against Justin Wong. And I was like, what the hell? Didn't help that I've never actually played footsies either, so I didn't even know what the controls were. Even Justin at the end was like, that was so unfair. Like, that was unfair. Dude, this is garbage, man. Oh, he played footsies a lot on stream. Oh, I'm so mad. So mad. Anyways, let's do this. I was so robbed. I was totally robbed. Hello, everybody. Welcome to It Was Tuesday with your host, your resident, top of the world, greatest ice climbers player on the NES ever, James Chen, aka Jay Chenzor, and what a weekend it has been here in the FGC. Obviously, as you can see here, Capcom Cup 11 took place this weekend, and it was absolute madness there. It was just like the craziest thing ever. And boy, I mean, I've been seeing a lot of people saying this all over the internet, but well, on social media, I should say. But so many people have been saying that this might have been like the greatest Capcom Cup ever. The matches were ridiculous, man. And again, 48 players qualified. I went over all 48 players in a quick 4.5 hour, 5 hour stream last week. And who qualified, but they all had to play in 8 pools. And so they all went through the pools. Every single pool was so close. Like, it was determined at the very, very end, like the last day. Sometimes we had pools where it's very obvious who's gonna make it out and such, but like every pool was hotly contested. And once again, nobody's predictions came true at all. And even, I mean, if you were watching the homebrew stream, like, we came up with a new phrase, which is a Tokido's chance, right? Like a Tokido's chance of making it out of the pool, because Tokido, after finishing his last game, needed everything to go exactly perfect for him to qualify, and everything went exactly perfect, and he managed to qualify, dude. It was like crazy. Like, I cannot believe everything went so well for him. Yeah, right? So like, legit ruined your sleep schedule, but it was so worth it. Absolutely. It was so good. It was so good. And I mean, like, obviously I was sad that I didn't get to make it to Capcom Cup, but I hope you guys managed to check out the homebrew stream, which was streamed by 10-0. I was managed to be a part of that, and I had a blast at that event, so that definitely tempered, the sadness of not going to Japan, of not being able to commentate Capcom Cup, with just hijinks and shenanigans, and literally was just like a bunch of us just hanging out, having a good time, and just, chilling and stuff like that. So it was a great time. If you haven't had a chance, definitely check out the archives on Tenno Media's YouTube channel. I think they are youtube.com/Tenno Media. But if you look up Homebrew Street Fighter 6 Capcom Cup, you'll find it really, really fast. Dude, Obama was awesome, dude. Shout outs to Obama. He was our live man on the floor and stuff. But in any case, enough about that. Let us talk about the actual results here, because like I said, this is some crazy results going on here. Spoiler, Kakaru Kakaru wins Capcom Cup 11, wins $1 million, and combined with his Gamers 8 win from the previous year in 2023, this man has won $1.4 million by playing Street Fighter 6. Ridiculous. Like, this is just not something that I would have ever predicted that any human being could win, like almost $1.5 million in the span of like 2 years. Absolute insanity here. And I mean, he did it by being the best player, right? I mean, clearly, like if I go to his pools over here, so again, the pools were 2 out of 3. Last week I said I thought they were 3 out of 5, but I was wrong. Apologies about that. They were 2 out of 3. Kakeru managed to beat Zangief Bolado 2-0. Then he beat Gigi Halibel 2-0. Then he beat Dual Kevin 2-1. And then he played his last 2 matches, if I'm not mistaken, on the last day. Yeah, so Tokido beat him 2-1. And then he beat Gigi Halibel 2-0 over here. Wait, why does it say that he... Oh, I'm looking at Tokido's. I'm sorry. Then he beat Jabi M 2-0 at the end of the day. So he 2-0'd everybody. Dual Kevin got 1 game, and Tokido was the only one that beat him. But that qualified him out of the pool in first place because he ended up 4-1, and nobody else in that pool was equal or even better than that. Tokido qualified on the other side again by having everything go exactly as he needed it, and Tokido ended up qualifying as the person in the losers bracket. But then once they got into the top 16, Kakeru fought Blaz right away and 3-0'd Blaz. Then he 3-0'd Noah the Prodigy, and then he 3-0'd Lashar, and then finally in grand finals he beat Blaz 3-1. After Blaz, if I'm not mistaken, won the first game. And then Kakeru, if I'm not mistaken, just went and 3-0'd the rest of that here. And he qualifies for next year's Cup. Yes, correct, non-factor. Thank you for reminding me about that. And, dude, this guy is ridiculous. Like, and you know what the best thing about it is, and that's what I was just about to say, John the Automaton, he played JP the entire time. And I am over the moon about that because, again, JP, great character, season 1, super strong. Everybody who played JP was doing it because he was top tier, right? Except a few people who legit really enjoyed the character, because when JP got nerfed, everybody dropped JP. Everybody dropped him except for Juicy Joe. Juicy Joe and maybe God, who was the player in NA who still played him? I can't even remember at this point. Only 2 people kept playing JP. Even Kakeru switched away. He was trying Akuma, he was trying Bison, and then they rebuffed a lot of the things that they took away from JP and buffed a couple of other things. Like they made his forward heavy kick really good, which gave him some new routes. They made it so that, if he throws you right away on the level 2, you get juggled mid-screen, a bunch of stuff like that. Even Grand Totokai left a lot of JP. He plays him, but he also didn't play him at all during the group stages, if I'm not mistaken. Grand Totokai mostly played other characters. Actually, you know what? Let me also bring up my own spreadsheet because I have all that information there, which is really important here. So let me do that over here. I should be able to get all this information for you. There you go, Capcom, and I can go to the group stage over here. And Grand Totokai played, okay, so he played JP 3 times. He played JP 3 times. He beat Salty Kid 2-1. He lost to JB 1-2, and he beat Noah the Prodigy 2-0. Interesting. So yeah, so again, Noah the Prodigy's weakness is going to be characters that when you're burned out, they kill you. So JP is a good one. And Ken is a good one, for example. So the characters who can take advantage of that are really good against Noah, because obviously Noah burns himself out a lot. So when he fights those characters, he has to rethink his strategy, unfortunately. But yeah, he did use Bison against Sionic and NL as well. But regardless, after JP got rebuffed, I was really happy to see Kakeru return. Because watching Kakeru play Bison and Akuma felt like he was copying other players' Bisons and Akumas. I don't know, it didn't, he was obviously good because he's Kakeru, but when you see Kakeru play JP, it's just the glove, and you just slide your hand in and it's just soft and it's amazing, right? It fits like a glove. And again, I was really sad that when he got nerfed to the point that everybody dropped him. I always hate when that happens. I was hoping that didn't happen to Ed either, and it didn't happen to Ed. Good. I mean, some people are like, he needs to be nerfed more, but I'm glad that Ed is still very viable. But now they won't buff Ryu. Yeah, we'll get there in a second. And I mean, Blaz's run is ridiculous. So we'll talk about that just in a second. Who the heck is that? James Chen cut his hair? Yes, I did. Sorry, Ms. Non-Factor FGC. Yeah, it happened to Chun. And do I want Chun buffs? Yes, I want Chun buffs. Absolutely. Yeah, so seeing Kakeru get back into JP and dominate the way he did was really cool and was really awesome. A lot of people had him pick to win the tournament. I didn't even have him in like my top 4 picks because, you know, I hadn't realized that he and JP had, you know, had got reacquainted themselves with each other that well. And yeah, it was a dominant performance. I mean, obviously you're going to get a lot of people out there like, screw this character, you know, so stupid. Like he's just, I mean, zoners, right? Like that's just going to make everybody mad. But like, seriously, like I was really happy about that because I'm just happy overall about that. I mean, something else that we can talk to before we even get to Blas is the fact that every character got played except for 3, which is really impressive. Now, obviously, Honda got played 1 time. Ooh, but at least he got played, right? Like, at least somebody used him. And that's really cool. Every character got played except for Jamie, Marisa, and Lily. And if it wasn't for Idom, Manon certainly was not going to get played. But, you know, bless Idom and, you know, his stubbornness with Manon. And so, yeah, every character except those 3 got played. And again, for me, the 4 characters that need the most help are clearly Manon, Marisa, Jamie, and Lily. And the tournament showed that, right? And again, you know, question is, why doesn't Capcom buff them? Because they're hard to buff. Like, honestly, like, Lily players have to accept the fact that if they want Lily to be buffed, her OD Wind Condor Spire has to be nerfed. Because if you buff her in just the wrong way and don't nerf that move, like, either you have figured out the greatest way to buff her, or she is just going to murder everybody, right? Like Manon, like she has the potential to murder everybody. Everybody was so scared of Marisa when she first came out before we all got used to her, right? Like, and Jamie, like if he keeps drink levels between rounds, everybody dies. It's really like literally Jamie players could spend round 1 getting drinks and losing and just winning the next 2 rounds because like literally level 4 Jamie is like terrifying. Terrifying. But yeah, so Dr. Cheesecake says that, Gundam Juguri Kai says like, Idom really needs to drop Manon. It's an abusive relationship at this time. And Cheesecake says, to be fair, it could be that Idom isn't stubborn or anything, but just doesn't care and is having fun and challenging himself. Idom, if you ever see this, I love you. You know I love you. You know I love you. But again, Idom has 2 very big and important criteria for his character choices. Yeah, Terrasite out there saying 100% win rate for Honda. Yep, Honda, nerf Honda. He's the only character at Capcom Cup who had a 100% win rate. A lot of people thought VX Bao did it because he wanted to, you know, obviously this is the famous arena that I'm not going to try to pronounce because it's really hard for some reason. It's a tongue twister. And then, you know, so everyone was really happy to see sumo, and he won with the sumo, so the audience was like cheering and stuff. So it was really, really cool. But yeah, I mean, game is really balanced, and I know a lot of people say, you know, oh god, yeah, it's most unbalanced Street Fighter. I don't know what game you're playing, man. I really don't. Now, if you want to say that, you know, obviously system mechanics being very, very strong, so that, you know, makes up for a lot of the character deficiencies, then I'll be like, okay, totally get it, right? Because, you know, obviously the mechanics are very strong, and one of the reasons why some of those characters aren't as strong is because they can't play Street Fighter 6. Like Manon's drive rush is god awful, so she's just not even playing the game. So yeah, like it's the mechanics aren't helping her. So how to say you've never played Super Turbo without saying you've never played Super Turbo? What is that in reference to? I forgot. I'm not sure. I don't I don't remember what I said that could be the response to, but in any case, very balanced game. And I haven't talked about throw loops yet. Most unbalanced Street Fighter. Fair. Yeah. Because Third Strike also exists. Like, Third Strike and Super Turbo, while being two of the greatest Street Fighters of all time, are also probably two of the most unbalanced Street Fighters of all time. Man, holy crap. I think the only one that might be more unbalanced than those two is literally Champion Edition, right? And even then, I'm not even sure because like Korea still plays Champion Edition really well. And I mean, like not even just really well, but they play it a lot. And so clearly it's not just Bison killing everybody. So they must have gotten good, like they've probably figured out which other characters are super good, so. But yeah, back to the tournament here. Kakeru winning. I mean, like I said, I'm so happy for him. It was weird. It did get a little weird when he started talking about having a fight with his wife that morning and all that stuff. I was like, should you be talking about this? But, hopefully this will help, shore up a lot of problems, I'm sure. But, Kakeru was the only person who was able to withstand the might of Blas. And as you can actually see in my Twitch title, I called it Blas Blew Everyone Up. Anyways, I mean, seriously, like, Blas, I mean, if there's any argument. Wait, what did he say? The wife was right. The fight was about Kakeru saying he was going to play Mai, and his wife told him he's dumb and he better play JP. Oh, crap. Okay, I don't think I caught what that actually was about. That's hilarious. Dude. Yeah, you'd better treat her to something super nice, dude. Holy crap. But yeah, I mean, again, a lot of people, who have said that they don't like the World Warrior format for Capcom Cup because obviously, like, person from this country that I've never seen anybody play gets into Capcom Cup and Daigo is not there? Like, how does this work? And they get really mad and they yell about it and stuff like that. Yeah, he does need to get a ring for his wife. Yes, Andre, absolutely, because he said that he hadn't bought her a ring yet when they got married, so he better get her a really nice ring for that. But, a lot of people complaining about that system, right? Before the stream started, I should say before it officially started, me and the chat were all talking about a lot of this stuff here. So if you guys get in early, you can come and chat with me and ask me questions. And I love answering chat questions and stuff. But, someone pointed out, like, I want, what was the rhyming argument again? Was it skills over frills? I think it was. Or something like that. Shoot, I totally forgot already. But, the idea that, you'd rather see the best players there. And as I've said, killers, not fillers. Thank you. That's what it was. But the problem is that we don't know who the killers are because most people don't play each other. So we'll never know, right? Like, for all intents and purposes, if we were all going to pick players based off of like seeding and we feel like that these guys deserve to be here, none y'all gonna pick Blas from Chile, okay? Look, don't even lie to me unless you're from Chile. If you're from Chile, absolutely you would pick him. But if you weren't from Chile, nobody was gonna pick him. Nobody was gonna pick Blas to win this tournament or even get top 3, okay? And so, like, this is what you need. I had a bunch of people on my stream last week that were like, Blas is gonna take it. Like, they're from Chile, and they're like, Blas, and I was like, you're allowed to root for your Blas, a lot of people have talked about him. Recognize my voice from the Street Fighter 6 commentary. That's awesome. Oh, man. But the thing about, I know you heard it a million times. We love you, James Chen. I mean, honestly, these days, Rooks 007, you know, not as often as before. But in any case, and yeah, so like the Rock Reaper, and we were talking about this too. Would Blas have made a traditional offline leaderboard simply because how many events someone can get that even make, right? Yeah. So like. Right, yeah, oh, I see what you're asking. Would Blas have actually made it? Because, he would not have. There's no way, because he's in Chile. And like someone was saying, like, a trip to travel to one of those events, like, is like 6 months of your salary if you didn't buy food or anything else. Like, if you just collected, like, 6 to 8 months of your salary, then you'd just be able to afford to travel to Combo Breaker or CEO and rent a hotel and make it back. And then you would never be able to travel again. Like, we are not. So my answer to the concept of all killers, no fillers is I agree. I would absolutely love that. But we are not in a state in which we are able to determine that. Again, if you compare to like WTA, USTA, which is the men's and women's tennis associations and stuff. Like, players are playing each other all the time, so they're getting these rankings, they're getting these seeds when they beat each other. It's just like playing ranked online. You move up certain points, you drop certain points. The problem is, like I said earlier, Blas hasn't played like 95% of the people at Capcom Cup ever. So how do we know who are killers and fillers? And if we just go by that kind of mentality, we wouldn't have Blas coming out here and shocking the world and literally making it, like everybody said, like one of the best Capcom Cups ever. And yeah, step back, absolutely. So again, I was flown out to Chile for Festa Game one year, and I got to meet everybody down there. And at the time, it was Rey Mysterio, that everybody was talking about and how strong of a player was. But even outside of him, right, like Kane Blue River, he's from Chile. He's an Evo champion, right? The Chilean brothers, the Chilean Mortal Kombat brothers, right? Like, they've won like so many major tournaments. I think they're Evo, like one of them is an Evo champion or something. But Chile has a history of having amazing players coming from that region, right? So again, like, it's just prohibitively expensive to make it out from there. But yes, step back, I agree. South America needs to get a premiere. But obviously, Capcom had no idea this was gonna happen, so hopefully they start looking into it for next year. For next year. And we'll talk a little bit about that later, because there's a lot of stuff to talk about in that particular situation over there. Yeah, absolutely, Dr. Cheesesteak, who says online has changed the game. Online warriors can legit show up to their first major and make a top 8. Yeah, absolutely. It's been happening for a long time. Punk got second place at his first offline major, right? Lost Soul got third place at CEO, which was his first offline major. Idom, Smug, like all these guys are just like online warriors. And, people are like, how do you get good playing in that? Like, as long as you understand the game and as long as you understand what the online is good at teaching you and what it's not good at teaching you, you can take that information. Because again, fighting games are about familiarity with situations. Like, the more online games you play, the more times you will have run into this weird setup or this weird scramble. And when you get into those situations, like, sometimes we'll be commentating a match and you see a crazy scramble happen and you're like, oh my God, and someone just does this amazing thing. It's because they've been in the scramble before. As much as a lot of times we like to think, wow, their improvisation skills, that was amazing. But,
more than likely it's because they've been in that situation before and they thought about it and they knew what to do and they knew how to react. And thank you, Duraz. I mean, obviously I'm sad as well, but hopefully, like I said, if you guys have a chance, check out the homebrew stream, which I was on, and it was a blast. It was a lot of fun. So, but yeah, like, online is and now the netcode is great. So like, it's absolutely a very valid way to learn. And you know, I talk about this a lot too. As long as you know what offline is teaching you and what's kind of fake and real, you know, that can help you get far. If you don't know, or you never intend to go offline, like we get mad at, in Street Fighter V, we got mad at all the Nash players and the Ken players, you know, with the terrible connection that just went ham and just like, you know, the Nashes would just moonsault, you know, kick over and over and over again. You're like, this doesn't work in real life, you scrub. He's not a scrub. He's doing exactly what he should. He's learned that this makes him win games. He's learning how to play the game that the environment is giving him. Like, legit, like, they're a smart player. They're using the tools that clearly work. Unfortunately, because they either have no intention of going offline or don't understand how different it is offline, you know, they're not going to be the players that are going to be able to go to an offline event and do superly well. So again, knowing what you're supposed to learn from online and such is important, but we have the benefit that good netcode means that the majority of what you learn online is valid at this point. So, yeah, like, it's important to allow people to travel. I talked about the Juninho Raz story before. This year, he was going into the last day 3-0. He finished 3-2, which, let me take a look at the Capcom Cup results over here on Liquipedia. Oh, it wasn't on this tab over here. Where's my Liquipedia that I had open? Oh yeah, here we go. So if I go to last year's, let's do last year. So let's go to 2023. And I click on Capcom Cup X. And I look in the pool stage and I look for Juninho Raz. Yeah, he went 2-3 last year. So he went 3-2 this year, 2-3 the previous year, and 1-4 the year before that. The Rock Reaper, So, The Rock Reaper says, fighting games is about as scientific as video games get. I will say that's more modern games. Older games are not like that. It's interesting, but that's a whole nother conversation, and I've talked about this a lot, but Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI are definitely much more scientific games, which I call mind games, and a lot of older games are more heart games, and there's a distinction there. But like I said, I'll talk about that at another time. But Juninho Raz, like, you know, 3 years in a row, went from 1-4, 2-3, and now 3-2. So every year he's gotten better. And the first year, you know, I told the story that when he lost against Ending Walker by dropping a killing combo, like, he should have won, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly. I was commentating the matches, and he dropped a combo on Ending Walker because I think it was just like, oh my god, here's my chance to kill him. Here we go. Don't drop the combo. And like, don't ever think that in your head. Don't ever think don't drop the combo, because that makes you drop the combo. This is the Wong factor, right? This is the Wong factor, essentially. This is what happened when everybody hit Justin with a kill combo in MVC2, and they're like, oh my god, I have the ability to beat Justin. Don't drop, and they drop. That's the Wong factor. It happened so many times, it's ridiculous. And so Juninho Raz dropped this combo, and you could see it after he was done. He wrapped up his stick and he just walked off the stage, like almost kind of like this. Like, he wasn't like that, but like you could tell he was just like, I don't want to be on this stage anymore. Like, he just looked like he was crestfallen. And a lot of people in the chat have said that they remembered it, but like, I was commentating, and as soon as I saw that, and I was like, hey,
Juninho, if you're listening to this, understand that it hurts right now, and for sure it's gonna hurt, and you're gonna be thinking about this for a long time, but I was like, don't let it affect you. You made it to Capcom Cup this year. You can do it again. Don't think of this as your only chance to have shown anything. You can make it back. You know, clearly you're very good, and you won't drop the combo next time. And sure enough, a couple of hours later, I ran into him at Capcom Cup, you know, because I was not commentating, and he said to me that he heard me, and it really helped, because he said he was feeling really, really bad. And when I said that, it really helped him put things in perspective and helped encourage him to continue, you know, to not let that blow him up, to beat him up about that. And the point of telling the story is these players, like Juninho Raz that year, or this year, for example, like let's talk about a lot of the players this year. Like this is their first Capcom Cup in the top 16. I think like 6 of the players, it was their first Capcom Cup, but a lot of players, this was their first Capcom Cup. Let me find my spreadsheet again, and I'll be able to tell you. Yeah, so like if I actually just go into the players over here, let's see here. Let me scroll this over. Let's do some spreadsheet shenanigans over here. So Salvatore, Salty Kid, C. Anik, Grand Totokai, Noah the Prodigy, Kakeru, if you want to believe that, Zangief Bolado, Broski, Blaz, Armper, Daver, Limestone, Juicy Joe, Kills You, Lex, Sole, Shuto, and Kusanagi. This was their first Capcom Cups, right? And for players like Kakeru, you know, obviously he's played in big tournaments, so it's not a big deal as much for him. Kusanagi, you know, he won UFA, whatever. A lot of these players here, like if you're talking about like Sole, right? Like Sole here, a player from Australia, right? Originally from Kuwait. If you're talking about, let's say, Limestone from Colombia, or David from Chile as well, right? If you're talking about Broski, you know, from the UK and stuff, like this is the first time, you know, they've been to like a tournament like this, and really, like, you have no idea how stressful this is and how crazy it feels. Like, I can sit here and be that asshole and just be like, you know, I mean, like, we aren't that big. Like, we're still pretty grassroots, you know? And, you know, in relative to other esports, we are still grassroots. But for some of these players who are making it to their first time, this is just absolutely just mind-numbing. Like, what is happening? I'm in Japan. People are cheering for me, and shout outs to that Japanese crowd, because they were fans of every player. Like, they know their shit. Like, it wasn't just like, who's Juicy Joe? Like, there were people with Juicy Joe signs out there, dude. It was really cool to see. And, you know, like, and this is the first time players are experiencing like this. This is brand new to them. This is scary. And if you're expecting these players to perform great and perfect at their first Capcom Cups, like, it's just not gonna happen. Some of them are gonna be able to overcome that, like Blaz, obviously, but for a lot of these players, like, this is their chance to show their stuff. And if they do well, who knows, right? Maybe someone will sponsor them or something, right? And so this is a big deal for a lot of these players. And so, you know, when we're talking about this World Warrior format here, because we got into this about, you know, talk about this through Blaz and everything like that, like, it is so important to give these players their chance to show their skills out here, right? You know, like I said, people are like, oh, but, you know, some of these players don't deserve to be here, but we don't know. There is no way to tell, because like I said, none of you, except for Chilean people, picked Blaz probably to even make it out of their own pool, right? Obviously someone was like, well, I had inside scoop. Well, good for you, but like most, like if we were doing it, you know, through normal, like just like asking people who watch fighting games, none of you would have picked
Blas to make it out. And before the tournament started, people would be like, who's Blas? He's 15 years old? What the hell is he doing here? He doesn't deserve it. It's a wasted spot. Wasted spot. And then he goes and here, let me show you this over here. And then Blas shows up to this tournament. And he 2-1s Broski with Ryu, 2-0s Bravery with Ken, 2-1s VX Bao with Ryu, 2-0s Idom with Ken, and 2-1s Armper with Ryu. He went 5-0. Do you know how many players at Capcom Cup this year went 5-0? 2 players. 2 players went 5-0, and Blas was one of them, Fudo being the other. Right? Like, that's just insanity. Like, I just think that that's absolute insanity. And then, where is my thing over here? Nope, these aren't it. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? I had my window full. Oh, there we are. And then in the top 16, oh God, Blas on the winner's side. Where is this? Capcom Pro Tour here. I had moved away from the tournament. Where is it? Where is it? Capcom 11. Shoot, where did I go? Oh, there it is. Okay, here it is. Blas, on the winner's side, lost 3-0 to Kakeru. And so he did get sent to losers in his first round. And then he 3-0'd Cien. Cien and Fudo being the only 2 players who have ever made 9 Capcom Cups. They've only missed 1. They've been to 9 Capcom Cups. And Blas 3-0'd Cien. It was very close against Shuto, and Blas won 3-2. But then he 3-0'd Noah the Prodigy. He 3-0'd Angry Bird. He 3-0'd Angry Bird, and then he 3-0'd Lashar. He made them all look so goddamn human. It was ridiculous. And then he eventually lost 3-1 to Kakeru in grand finals. And so again, we don't know who the killers and the fillers are. We just don't know. And this is why we have to support so many people making it out and support people, because again, like people have said, Blas would take, like it takes, like he's 15 years old, right? So like someone asked me on Twitter, literally, they're like, well, couldn't Blas just qualify through points because he's so good? I'm like, no, because he can't make it to any of these events. You know, someone said like it would take 8 months' salary of minimum wage to make it out to an event and back if they didn't spend that money on anything else, like food and home and housing. Like, it is prohibitively impossible, if it was just point system, to have a situation where Blas could make it out here and do this. When we talk about guys like Varric 777 from Senegal, how did he manage to travel? Is because he just took donations from friends to help fly him out to events so he could qualify for Arc World Tour, and he ended up winning. But like, this is how difficult it is for people to make it out here. And so, like I said, it's so important to support these smaller scenes. And now what you see is everybody's talking about this like we need a South American premiere. Because again, one of my favorite storylines has always been that there is no Capcom Cup if there's no Brazilian player. I think there's only 1 year that a Brazilian player did not qualify for Capcom Cup. And to me, that is a massive anomaly. Brazil has been very, very strong. Since the first Capcom Cup, there's been a Brazilian player like every single year. Like, let me see if I can find some information for you guys here about that. So if I go over here and I try to find the first one, like in 2014, and I click on Capcom Cup 2014, if I'm not mistaken, that was Kayoma that made it here, I think. Oh no, that first year was Shushu. Shushu made it out. So Shushu made it out. And then in 2015, let's see who made it out in 2015. In Capcom Cup, let's see, find the tournament.
Again, shout outs to Liquipedia. Thank you, Liquipedia, for being so amazing. Kaoma made it out and got 7th place, right? And I believe there was another Brazilian who made it out, or it might have been the next year that started. Basically, it was like one year, it was like one Brazilian, and then there was 2 Brazilians, and then there was 3 Brazilians. Brulinho was one of them. Didimokov was one of them. Who was the Monat player that made it out one year? As well. But yeah, like there was always Brazilians here, you know, like South America deserves to have a premiere because there are so many strong players. Now, obviously people are going to travel and try to take those spots, but you know, hopefully points is important too as well. But yeah, like it's so crazy. Yeah, like Comrade Tyrone says, like how Punk was in 2017. He's a better player now, but he was more fearless back then. Yeah, absolutely. And that was kind of like his year to win. But same thing at Evo, he ended up getting 2nd place to someone who was a little more veteran at that time. It's, you know, like this is why we need to make sure we support. Yeah, and Hagen, I mean, Didimokov, who I mentioned before as well, right? Didimokov was super good. And yeah, exactly. Like Mage Nicholas saying, having Daigo and Tokido show up to take your points is a boon for the scene. Like, you have Daigo and Tokido come to your South America premiere, guess what? That means everybody else is going to come to the South America premiere because, hello, photo with Daigo, photo with Tokido? Like, come on, right? Like, you know, that's the thing. So, like, the need to support everybody around the world is necessary because they don't have the same opportunities as a lot of other regions. And that's why we facilitate the World Warrior. Now, obviously, we do want the best players there. And so, you know, I'll talk about this a little bit more about the format stuff, but like, you know, maybe we can try to tweak the format a little bit, but I don't want to get to that yet because I want to keep talking about the results here, the players, just absolutely, again, just an amazing turnout here because like I said, every pool was really, really close. And so what I'm gonna do here, let me see if I have this set up properly. Yeah, okay, yeah. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna take a look at each of the pools over here, one by one here. Let's just bring them up so that they're zoomed in a little bit more here. I mean, if you look at this, like, you know, you see this pool with Punk and Itabashi Zangief, right? And you know, who's the filler in this pool? Salvatore, right? And he ended up higher seeded than Punk, right? And Itabashi, like, look at it, like Punk, Itabashi, and Hot Dog went 2 and 3, and Salvatore went 2 and 3. This pool was brutal. This pool was really, really very even. And you know, Takamura even making it out higher than Phenom as well. And again, all these players played fantastic, and you know, and you can't, like, it was really good, right? I don't want to spend too much time on each pool here because I have a lot to say. Because certain players I really want to talk about, like Punk, you know, didn't do so well in the pools. He says he hates the Cammy mirror. Unfortunately, he had to fight 2 of them, and if I'm not mistaken, I think he lost to both of them. Punk lost to Salvatore, and then I think Punk lost to Phenom. Yeah, so he lost to both Cammys, unfortunately. So he had a little bit of trouble that he might need another character to fight Cammy, weirdly enough. But also, I think Punk's focus was on Street Fighter League because he has said that. He's like, I just want to win with my friends and such. And he came oh so close. And they just missed it. It came down to the final game, and unfortunately, just missed it. So, wait, are you serious? We got an announcement here. Congratulations. While not originally planned, the dev team has decided to produce the following items to the players who correctly predicted the CC11 champion during the Battle Hub. Exclusive color for JP's outfit 3, Kakeru's outfit choice, and exclusive color for JP's outfit 1. The dev team needs some time for design and production, so we appreciate your patience and hope you look forward to it. Neat. Let's go. That's awesome. That's good stuff. Okay, cool. Let's go. That's awesome. Oh yeah, and I mean, like, Punk's responses and stuff like that were really good. I mean, I think a lot of people probably were thinking like, oh man, where's the salty tweet? And, you know, he was like, I had a great time. The setups were great. Some of the best setups we've ever had. And, you know, shout outs to my opponents. They were awesome. I'm glad I had the opportunity to play. The fans were awesome, blah, blah, blah. And he died at the very end because Kawano kind of like throw looped him a bunch of times, and you know, after the tournament was over, they even took a picture where Kawano was like grabbing Punk, and Punk was like, "I can't tech the throw," you know, like it's crazy, dude. But see, Mage Nicholas, like, I don't want to be that guy, but I've always said this, like I know Punk is a good person, and that's why I root for him. That's why I cheer for him, because, you know, it's like I said, it's a lot of youthful pride. And, you know, the reason why they say pride is one of the 7 deadly sins is because it that's what it does to people, right? It makes it hard to accept a lot of things. But the person that I know Punk is, and I've always believed that he is a really, really good person underneath. Oh, thank you, Destination. Well, the arena was probably cheering because Kawano was winning, right? Like, they wanted Japan to win. But yeah, like, only one American made it to the top 16. Why aren't you posting about Noah the Prodigy's Street Fighter League record now? Why aren't you posting about his Street Fighter League record now, huh? Shout outs to Noah the Prodigy. I mean, he talked the talk, right? He definitely talked the talk after walking the walk, basically. Or is it the backward? No, he definitely walked the walk after talking the talk. Yes, that's how it goes. And, you know, like I said, when you actually got to the finals, you know, Noah the Prodigy ended up tying for 5th place. That's not bad, right? And I mean, especially, you know, just the way that he plays. Like, it just, as someone was saying, I love the players who still play by heart in Street Fighter 6. And Noah is definitely that person right there. And I was also really happy, too, that when I actually said to Justin, I was like, I think Noah the Prodigy is like the sequel to like Marn and Punko. And like this, like Justin had like, it almost looked like this light bulb went off in his head. It was like, huh, you know, like he was like, you're right, you know, like he realized that, because you remember one of the first tournaments in Street Fighter V at NCR where they had that the last chance, you know, the last chance sign up pool. Like, if you registered late, everyone was put in one pool and you had to win that one. That was your punishment for registering late. Everybody else would be seated, but only one person made it out of the late registration pool, which is so sick because I think more people should do that. But Martin was the one that made it out of that pool with his Mika because nobody could read what he was doing. And Martin made it all the way to top 8, and he looked like he was about to win that tournament, and he finally got taken out. But, you know, again, it's on that play style, right? It's just like, I don't know what this guy is doing. I can't find anyone to practice against that plays like this. So, like, it's really hard. And so, you know, Noah the Prodigy, I mean, honestly, I said it before I came in here, before the tournament started, right? I was like, he is the player that nobody wants to fight against. He is a player nobody wants to fight against, and he could go 0-4, or he could win this whole 0-5, or he could win the whole entire tournament. And, you know, when I said Noah Prodigy, when he's on point, like, you can't beat him. And this is what happened here. And so, you know, it's, again, like, I'm really, really happy for him. I'm very proud of Noah the Prodigy. He came out and he showed up, right? Like, again, we had Punk, we had JB, we had Idom, we had Dual Kevin, we had Chris CCH, we had Jack, we had Knuckle Dew, we had Nephew, we had Lex. you know, like obviously Lex lives in the UK right now, but whatever, they're all born in the US, and none of them made it out of the pool, except Noah the Prodigy, right? And so, you know what? At this point in time, if Noah Prodigy starts talking shit, you let him talk shit. You just have to be like, for now, you know. Yeah, I mean, Andre saying, Noah was very funny, very entertaining. I know a lot of people don't like that. You know, there are people out there who really dislike the cocky kind of personality and stuff like that. And, again, I don't mind it as long as he keeps it in game, as long as it doesn't get personal and stuff like that. Like, I'm all for it. Like, I think it's fun. I think it's, rivalries make people better players. It just really does, right? Like, the motivation to get better is how, like, US kept getting stronger. You know, when Street Fighter 4 first came out, West Coast demolished East Coast, and we rested on our laurels, and East Coast got better because they didn't want to have it happen again. So they came out to the West Coast, and then they slaughtered us. And that's what made Vi go to, Shiggle BMX's garage and start coaching players. And that's how we ended up with some of the strongest players that we have. That's how we ended up with Level Up and Wednesday Night Fights and all that stuff like that, so we could keep fighting them. And it's just like rivalries build that, right? And again, shout outs to Punk, right? Like, even during that time when he was talking smack to the Dominican Republic, and someone on Twitter, like, responded to one of his tweets, and he was like, yeah, those Dominicans are all stupid and da-da-da. And Punk was like, bro, like, no, we aren't going there. Like, that's not true. He's like, I'm talking smack to these players who are talking smack to me. Don't take down the whole country with them, because there's a lot of cool, like, even Punk was just like, like, he was trying to keep it in game. And I think that's, like, it's really cool. And I was really happy to see that, And so, yeah, like, Noah the Prodigy, like, give the man his flowers, man. Like, seriously, like, he did his work. He did work, right? I mean, again, look at this. He beat JB 2-0. He lost the Grand Totokai because, again, he has trouble with characters that really hurt Burnout, which is why he lost the Kakeru as well. He beat Sionique 2-0. He beat NL 2-1. He beat Salty Kid 2-0. And then once you got into the top 16, he was on the winner side. And he ended up beating Takamura 3-1 against the Ken, who's really good against Burnout, but Takamura was able to beat him. Finally lost the Kakeru. And then in the loser side of the bracket over here, then ended up finally losing to Blas. But, I mean, nobody was stopping Blas at that point. But honestly, like, give Noah the Prodigy his flowers. Like, regardless of whether you like him or not, he came out and played, man. He came out and played. And did a pop off for a 13-year-old. He exaggerates the character. Yeah, I mean, you know what? That might be true. That might be true that it's a little bit of an act and stuff like that. But like I said, as long as he hasn't gotten anything personal, as long as he hasn't, like, actually tried to attack people directly, like, if he's just like, you're trash at the game, like, again, like, it's weird because obviously people are like, oh my God, James, aren't you, like, all, like, woke and all that stuff? But no, look, I like rivalries, okay? I like that kind of aspect of the FGC. I don't want to lose that, right? I don't want to sanitize rivalry and trash talk and all that stuff like that, because that's very much a nature of our community. But if we keep it in game, that's the important thing, right? Just don't start extending it outside of the game. Like, talk about how bad somebody is at a game, but don't ever attack anybody for their ethnicity, for their gender, for their sexual preference, or anything, right? Like, keep it in the game. And if we do that, then we're cool, right? And yeah, of course, some people really don't like that playing a character excuse kind of thing. But again, when you make it go personal, that's when you show your true colors, right? And so once you start doing that is when you are starting to, like, this is not a character anymore. This is just you, right? And so Noah the Prodigy, I mean, he's brash, he's cocky and stuff like that, but, you know, I mean, he probably really is like that. He probably is brash and he probably is cocky, and he's just kind of dialing it up a little bit, you know, and he's not harming anybody with it. So again, like, I'm okay with it, honestly. Putting sugar in the gas tank. Yeah, exactly, Major Nicholas. Oh boy, MVC2, boy, let me tell you. MVC2 days. Shout out to Hood. Yeah, shout out to the Hood. So again, I'm really happy for Noah the Prodigy. And you know what? I mean, again, like, this is what I want to see, because there are other players who probably don't like Noah the Prodigy talking smack. And if that makes it so they want to even get stronger so they can shut him down, that's only good. That's only good for the US scene. Like, if you're like, I need to shut this guy up, you know, like, I need to beat him in the game, right? Again, as long as you keep it in the game and that makes you better, that's only good for the scene. That's only good for the scene, right? You know, I always use the Beatles example, right? Like, John Lennon and Paul McCartney always had a tumultuous relationship. Those two were always trying to one-up the other person. You know, like, if you listen to the White Album, Paul McCartney only made, like, Why Don't We Do It in the Road, because people are like, John Lennon is the better rocker. And so, like, he made that song, and then people are like, oh, but Paul writes better ballads and more meaningful stuff. And so, you know, John Lennon wrote things like Julia and stuff like, Julia, and like these very, you know, very poignant songs and stuff. Their competition is what elevated their music. You know, competition breeds, you know, stronger talent. And so, like I said, as long as we keep it that way in game, I'm all for it. I really like it. Tom and Jerry kind of rivalry, except Tom lost like in every cartoon except for like the rare ones that I was so happy about, but that's a whole nother story. Yeah, the line between cocky and an asshole is very thin. And so far, I don't think Noah has crossed that line yet. Some other people may disagree, but like I said, as long as you haven't gotten personal, and it's always, like, even when he's like yelling at the chat, like, talk about my Street Fighter League records now, right? But it's still about the game. It's still about the game. So, from my standpoint, dude, he deserves to be able to talk that shit. He got top 16. He's the only US player who got top 16. Like, start beating him, start doing better than him. Keep it in the game. It's great. I love it. I love it. So, but yeah, happy that NL made it out. Again, I've met Grand Totokai so many times at a lot of first attacks. Really happy to see him at his first Capcom Cup. I know C. Anik went 0-5, and he was very depressed on Twitter, unfortunately. And like I said, this happens, right? This is something that's very important. And again, as a person who is a major empath, like, this is very important to address. So if you guys, again, if you didn't watch my show last week, or you guys have just forgotten, C. Anik was the player that couldn't get his visa at the last second last year when he qualified, and then accidentally doxed a bunch of people at Capcom. And so, like, he got into a lot of trouble. But he was like, I really, really want to represent Bangladesh. Like, my friends in Bangladesh think that this is a huge deal that Bangladesh gets to represent Capcom Cup. And last year he couldn't make it because of the visa issues. And this year he's like, look, I got my visa early. And so he made it in there. But unfortunately what that did, and I said this last week too, like, he's putting way too much pressure on himself. I'm pretty sure I said that. I was like, he's coming into this Capcom Cup with too much weight, because now he's like, I can make up for last year. And this was even after day 1 or 2 that he tweeted out, he was just like, I can't beat anybody. I suck. Like, he was just really sad about himself. And I was like, dude, like, I saw that and I was like, stop it. Like, I was like, don't do this to yourself. I was like, you put a lot of pressure on yourself. And I know, especially after last year, you felt like you had to come in here and make a splash because you fought so hard and all this stuff happened. And now you make it this year and you need to show why you were fighting for this. And so when he starts to lose, you know, this is what happens to people. This is what Punk does too. This is what I've done my whole entire life. When I lose, I start putting excuses out there, or I just be like, you know what, I suck. And like, you try to get ahead of it because you don't want everybody else to say it. So you say it first, so it doesn't hurt as much when other people say it. Right? If you go like, I suck, and then someone's like, you suck, you're like, I know, I said it already, right? Like, it's tough. Like, again, emotions are something that I understand very deeply. And so I told him, I was like, do not do this to yourself. I was like, do not do it. You were at your first Capcom Cup. You put way too much pressure on yourself, and even unintentionally so, because you felt like you had to do something. And so don't look at this record. Like I'm saying to everybody in the chat and anybody who watches this VOD or whatever like that, don't look at this and be like, oh, Sianik was a fail. He doesn't deserve to be here. He went 0-5. Dude, like, you're from Bangladesh. Your friends are like, we're so proud of you. Go and represent us. And you miss it the previous year by like literally days. Like, he got his visa after Capcom Cup was like, well, this is the deadline. We have to pick the replacement. And they picked the replacement. And literally like 2 days later, he got his visa and it was too late. And so like, dude, the amount of pressure and weight on him, like, is just, I mean, you can't, like, most people probably will not experience that kind of stress at any point in their life. And competitive stress, yes, while it is like, oh, first world problem, you know, like you're fighting for $1 million at Capcom Cup. Ooh, you're stressed. I'm so sorry you got to get a free trip to Japan. And dude, like, it's not like that, right? Because for all of us who play fighting games like this is our world. This is our passion. This is what we love to do. Don't knock somebody's passion and hobby like this, because every human being needs something like this to keep them moving forward, right? And it can be different. Like for my brother, it's like having a family. Like, that's not as important to me as it was to his brother, right? As my brother, but you know, he has a family, he's really happy. And so everybody's gonna have these different things driving them forward. And so like this, I mean, these players, he made it to Capcom Cup and it's really stressful. And so like, I just don't want anybody, and like I said, it hurt me a lot to see him do that thing where he jumped in front of everybody else and was like, I suck, I can't beat anybody. Like, you know, you do that, again, like I said, I probably should be a psychologist or a therapist or something, but like, you do that because you want to get it out there before somebody else says it. Right? So like, whenever I would lose to something, I'd be like, my character sucks. My character sucks. That's why I'm losing. My character sucks, right? Like, it might even be a crutch why I like playing low tier characters, because then I can complain about the character and not myself, right? Like, there's again, Punk does the same thing. Like, that's why every time tournament loss, the monitor sucks. Tournament loss, this is a problem. Tournament loss, this is a problem. Because he's just trying to get in front of things, and it's almost easier to have people get mad at your excuse than to just be like, you're washed up or you suck or whatever like that. It's a tough thing to handle when you're in a competitive scene. And so, you know, to see Sianik actually tweet that, like, it broke my heart, honestly, which is why I had to, yeah, look, dude, right? Like, look at that statement. Look at Mage Nicholas saying he wanted to be the MENA for his country. Like, think about that for a second. Think about that. Like, he wanted to be the MENA for his country. And like that instantly just snaps everything. Like, oh shit. Like you're like you feel nervous now. I felt a pang of butterflies just reading that, you know? So, so, you know, that's the thing, right? Like, it's tough. It's tough. So again, like, Yannick, like, you'll make it back. Just like I said to Juninho Raz, you'll make it back. And you'll have a chance again, and you'll keep fighting. And even if you don't qualify for the next Capcom Cup because, let's say, another Bangladesh player makes it, well, you know what? You were the inspiration for the other Bangladesh player to beat you to go to Capcom Cup, right? Like, that's the truth. Like, that's how it works, right? You getting the Capcom Cup is a very, very big deal. And don't let anybody try to downplay you making it here. Honestly, it's not easy to make it to Capcom Cup. So, yeah, I'm definitely the internalizer when it comes to that sort of thing, and that's too much pressure to put on yourself. It's tough. It's tough. And a lot of people don't suffer from this. A lot of people can shake things off or just whatever, just like, or they can tell themselves that it doesn't bother them so much. And it's hard for them to understand when emotional people like are seriously like emotionally distraught. They're like, really, over a video game? What's wrong with you? But for those people who understand the emotions and stuff, this is a really big deal, honestly. Right, yeah, Big Bird did that too. Right, yeah. Before day 3, he was like, "Oh man, I didn't optimize this combo. This is probably gonna cause me to not make it out of the groups." So yeah, I mean, Big Bird was kind of doing it too, right? So it's a common thing to happen, and it's unfortunate. And like I said, when I see it, I know exactly where it's coming from, and it breaks my heart. So again, I don't know if Yannick is ever gonna see this, but if he does, like, you did good. You did really, really good. And you got to go to Japan. You got to hang out. And not only that, too, but one of the most important things when I was talking about Juninho Raz, like, his 3rd year, he probably goes in there and he's like, "Oh, hey, Fudo." And Fudo's like, "Oh, hey, I remember you," kind of things like that. You got in there. You got to talk to these people. You got to make friends. You were in this environment with everybody, like when they're doing interviews or taking pictures. And, if you make it back next year, these are people that you can call your colleagues. So, don't be afraid to hit them up and talk to them even now, right? Because you're part of this elite group that not a lot of people can be at. And yeah, I mean, again, people are going to be like, well, World War... Dude, like, he made it out of his region, okay? Did you make it out of your region? No, okay? And that's it. So yeah, exactly. He's going to come back stronger. And so, all the encouragement to Yannick. And this stream is going to be 9 hours long, so let me keep moving on over here. I mean, obviously, this pool was just one of the most... Every pool is brutal, but Kakeru dominating, and Tokido made it out. But Tokido needed exactly everything to go right. On the last day, he needed Zangief Bolado to win both of his matches, but not win them 2-0. And he needed to beat Gigi Halibel 2-0. And all of that stuff happened. And so Tokido made it out. Like, look, +1 compared to 0. And remember, Zangief Bolado beat Tokido. Where is it? Zangief Bolado beat Tokido. So if they were 0-0, which is if Zangief Bolado won this match 2-0, if he won that, Zangief Bolado had the tiebreaker over Tokido, and so he would have advanced with Kakeru. So Tokido needed everything to go exactly right. Yeah, and he's the only one that beat Kakeru at all. And he made it out. So, like, at Homebrew, we were all like, Tokido's chance, man. He needs a Tokido's chance. And, like, nowadays, like, if you need everything to go right, I mean, it's just like, well, boy, I really hope I have a Tokido's chance of making it out. Just have everything go right, dude. But, coming into this, obviously, like, Dual Kevin had a wonderful, wonderful year. Struggled, for sure, 2 and 3 here. I'm sure he's disappointed in his performance. But again, a lot of pressure on himself because he did work so hard last year, even just to qualify. And, he got in, probably was like, this, like everybody's been saying, this is my year and stuff. And,
this is not his first Capcom Cup. He made it the last year of Street Fighter V. He missed the previous year, but he also didn't have Rashid last year. And so with Rashid this year, definitely helped him a lot more. Look, he's making it into more. He's making it into more, right? Like, clearly, obviously with, U.S., Canada, Midwest not being a super region and stuff, it's going to be a little bit tougher, but he was one of the most consistent players. If the point system was in place last year, he'd have made it to Capcom Cup for sure. He'd probably have been number one in points, at that point. So, Dual Kevin's going to be doing some major damage as long as years keep going. Here, let me see here if I come over here. So, Dual Kevin, no, that is Dual Kevin. Okay, you're right. Actually, I'm wrong. He was in one year, he was in last year's. He wasn't in the Street Fighter V one. I remember he made one year after the pandemic. I got the wrong one. My apologies. Thank you, Triclops. For correcting me on that one. So yeah, so he made it last year and this year. So clearly he's gonna keep making it in. Clearly he's gonna be doing well, and I expect him to continue to have a very, very strong performance. I've talked about Blas all day. Actually, I talked about the concept of World Warrior getting Blas in here. A lot of people have been asking, what did his Ryu do to really, like, what made it so that he made so many of the other players look pedestrian, And a lot of that was, we kept saying it at Jobby M beating Tokido with Terry. Yes. And Jobby M, another one of the players, 3 years in a row now, and every year he keeps making it back, and he keeps doing really, really well. So really happy to see him here all the time. The thing for Blas that I think, like, to me, I kind of put him in that category with Ending Walker and Boost. These young players who just, they play, they've been playing for a lot longer than we've seen them. And so, like, for them, like, playing fighting games is just the thing that they do. When you looked at Blas, like, there was just no sign of nerves until Kakeru, to be honest. Like, that was the first time he started making, like, weird, like even decisions that you could call questionable. But up to then, like, there was really nothing. He had nothing to lose, and he wasn't nervous. And everybody that he's playing is like, I don't want to be the next victim of the 15-year-old kid from Chile, right? Like, you just don't want to. And again, there was a post from Pochoclo in 2012 where he's like, dude, you guys have got to be careful about this kid here. He's really good, and he's beating a lot of players. He might be a threat in the future. And Pochoclo from Chile reposted that and was like, I told you guys, I told you. And so, like, he came out here and just, like, destroyed everybody. And yeah, and the crazy thing about it is, one of the things that makes a big difference, and we see this in the Tetris scene as well, the Rock Reaper, who says the kids are insane these days. Kids have the ability to play fighting games thinking that they can do something cool with it. Because I'll tell you right now, every single one of us who were playing fighting games a long time ago, I've told this story before, all of us playing fighting games knew we had to quit eventually to get a job, to find a girlfriend, to live a life. Like, we were all playing fighting games with the knowledge that we would quit and have to stop at some point. Not having that in the back of your head when you start super young is huge. So that's why, like, all these Tetris kids are coming out of nowhere. That's why all these players here, in the FGC are doing super well, because it can legit lead somewhere for them, Yeah, he didn't know he was supposed to be nervous is basically what we've had to think. Yeah, and you can see it, because even after he lost, like, everybody's like, dude, if I lost a $900,000 money match, like, like, I don't know if I'd be able to leave my bed ever again, And after Blas lost, you know, Kakeru was crying, like he kneeled down to the floor and was like crying. And like Blas just walked up to him and just like started patting him on the back and was just like smiling and was just like, congratulations, you did good. Like, I don't know what he said, but like they were talking to each other and like Blas is just smiling. Like his attitude helped a lot. Number two, Ryu has been criminally underrated for a very long time. If you guys remember, every time I talk about tier lists and when I make my tier list, I'm always like, I put Ryu here because like nobody's succeeding with him, but I was like, I don't feel right about it. I feel like Ryu is way better. And so I just think a lot of people didn't practice against Ryu. Now, obviously, Blas also mains like 9 characters or something like that, but clearly Ryu and Ken are his mains. And you know, like some players, like we were watching on the homebrew, and me and Justin were saying like, who was it? Who was it that he did the full charge level 2 super and like the other player didn't realize that if Ryu fully charges the level 2 that you can't punish it. It was Noah. Okay, right. And as soon as Blas did that, you could tell Blas was like, he doesn't know Ryu. He doesn't know Ryu. And then immediately afterwards, he just went Hashogeki crazy on Noah because Hashogeki is Ryu's biggest knowledge check. It is such a intricate tool designed to frame trap or not frame trap or to whiff punish, you know, automatic pokes, etc., etc. And he just went Hashogeki crazy because like as soon as he realized that Noah didn't know about that level 2 from Ryu, he was like, this guy has no Ryu experience. And so he just took that to his advantage and completely just, you know, towards the end, or just wiped the floor with Noah at that point. And so like, you know, there's a lot of things that came together that made it work really, really well for him. The reason why, you know, he couldn't beat Kakeru in the end, you know, isn't going to be just like some crazy, like, oh my God, Kakeru is just so much better. You know, it's just that Kakeru is using JP, and JP has a very good, like, there's always the character that can do well in a fighting game that isn't playing that game. So in Street Fighter V, that was Poison. Poison didn't necessarily have to play Street Fighter V. She could play Poison and she'd be fine. As long as she had EX Heart Raid, like that's all she really needed, and you didn't have to play Street Fighter V, right? I know for me, for some games I played characters like that. I can't remember which ones, but you know, there's always that kind of character out there. And that's the thing, is JP is that kind of character in Street Fighter 6, right? Low forward drive rush is not what he's thinking about, etc., etc. And so as a result, JP is really good to balance him because he's not good at playing Street Fighter 6. They gave him a lot of stuff that controls the pace of a fight really well. So the matchup, I feel like the JP matchup is how Kakeru ended up beating Blas. Again, not downplaying Kakeru's strength because it's what people are going to say. Oh, James, you hate waffles? No, that's a whole nother conversation, right? So the thing is, Kakeru being as good as he is, combined with a character that was good at was most likely good at stopping what Blas wanted to do, you know, is what got Kakeru those wins. Anybody else playing JP might not have been able to do that, but Kakeru with JP was a perfect combination. I hate waffles. Yep, exactly. Cryme used to play JP, so they probably had some practice there. But yeah, so Kakeru plays JP differently because he's one of the only ones that, yeah, like watching this tournament, I think Juicy Joe knows more about JP than Kakeru does. But Kakeru, as a player, is just better than almost everybody else. And so, yeah, Kakeru is not going to be using JP
the way that you think everybody is going to use him, right? So, yeah, Poison was in Street Fighter V. And I love Poison in Street Fighter V because I hate Poison in Street Fighter 4. I hate her in Street Fighter 4 because you took Flippy's acrobat somersault character from Final Fight and you turned her into a fireball uppercut character? What? Now, obviously turning into a zoner isn't as, you know, is still kind of weird too, but at least she used the whip, which fits her, and, you know, and it wasn't a fireball uppercut, who had an EX fireball that was motion and better than Guile's EX Sonic Boom. But yeah, playing with a distinctive style matters a lot. Blas tried to counterpick Kakeru's JP by using Ken and then Akumo when both fought in the winner's bracket. When they met again in grand finals, yeah, Blas used Ryu for sure. So he definitely tried a lot of things there. But again, I'm not trying to downplay Blas or Kakeru. Like, both of them are great, and obviously first and second here. And you know, it's absolutely fair to say that, you know, there's a gap here, there's a gap there, and still mean that they're both like super great. Thank you, IMAX Mouse. If you're talking about the homebrew stream, I hope a lot of you guys did watch it. If you haven't watched the homebrew stream, it's actually a really fun way to go back and watch Capcom Cup again, because it was entertaining as hell, dude. It was so fun. Right, Ryu matchup chart is bad. On paper, he doesn't really beat anybody, says Diogo. And yeah, I definitely agree with that. But at the same time, Ryu is still way better than people are giving him credit for. And Street Fighter 6, you know, because the systems are so strong, okay, Ryu doesn't have a lot of winning matchup. Still good enough, you know. Well, thank you, IMAX Mouse. I'm sure Tenno would be happy to hear that you thought that the homebrew stream was better than the regular stream. And again, I feel bad for a lot of the American commentators that went out there, because I know there was a lot of technical difficulties for them and stuff like that, and it's not an easy job. And also, getting only 6 people to do 4 days in a row of commentary is brutal, man. They needed more commentators, not just because I want to go myself, but you just needed more commentators, because that is a busy schedule. That's tiring, dude. It is tiring. BJ Armstrong should not have made that many threes. Seriously, he wasn't even on fire. And they were like, well, BJ Armstrong's dunk is really bad. That was to their benefit, because I actually was really good in NBA Jam at pushing people who were trying to dunk. They would do the, oh, and I would push them before they landed. And so I would ruin their dunk. And so I was waiting for them to do that. But all Justin kept doing was freaking hook shots with BJ Armstrong from the half court. And they would go in. It didn't make any sense, dude. Didn't make any sense. Dan Marley had a higher 3-point rating than BJ Armstrong, and my Dan Marley wasn't making any of those shots, dude. Come on. Anyways, really happy for Broski. Really happy that he made it to top 16, because I know a lot of people were sad that, he beat Ending Walker, except obviously there's a lot of Broski fans out there, but everyone's like, oh, but Ending Walker, and people love Ending Walker, of course, because Ending Walker is awesome. But to see Broski actually make it out into the top 16 is really cool to see, and it's just one of those things where you're like, yeah, nice, good job. And I've always been a fan of Broski. I love his Aki, and I think that's just really, really cool, to be honest with you. So, Group E, Fudo, the other player besides Blas, making it out 5-0. Mena RD making it out. And it's so funny, because during Homebrew, we were like, yeah, man, Mena RD is struggling, because he's character crisis. And I'm glad, too, because, again, I said that last week, and Justin was the first one to say it on stream, so I was like, yeah, let's go. Again, a lot of people think, people talk shit about my analysis, but, come on, man. But, Limestone being top 3 here, I mean, shout outs to Limestone. Let's go, Limestone, right? I'm really happy for this guy. He was from,
Oh, where is this Capcom Cup stream that I was talking about? Oh, he's Colombia. There you go. It should be on 10.0 Media, basically, if you want to see that. So, dude, Destination Skyline asked me thoughts on the Luka trade to the Lakers. Like, Dallas Mavericks might be my second favorite NBA team. So I was horribly sad for the Dallas Mavericks, man. I was crestfallen for them. Obviously I'm happy that we got Luka. The only way that I would have been happier is if they traded LeBron for Luka, and then we had Luka and AD. That is a team that I would finally start watching the Lakers again. So I just need LeBron to retire for me to start watching. Chris CCH, Mr. Crimson, obviously Dalsum having a lot of trouble. And again, Daver, first time at Capcom Cup, so gonna be hard. But shout out to Limestone, first time to Capcom Cup for him as well. But, you know, despite the fact that we're all sitting there saying that MenRD character crisis, that's what's holding him back, he's still qualified out of his pool. That's just how good freaking MenRD is. Again, like, not having the character that he wants, he was still able to make it out of his pool. And yeah, this guy is kind of ridiculous, you know. Eventually, he did go down to Cien right away, and obviously there is a gap in Mena RD's game where he has trouble against DJ, right? Zen beat him in tournaments. He was eliminated last year by Fudo's DJ, and this year he ended up losing to Cien's DJ. There is clearly this character here that is causing him a lot of problems. And again, a lot of that is just because he doesn't have a lot of character. I mean, he doesn't have a main character that he feels super comfortable with. Again, Mena RD playing any of these characters is going to be like A+ grade, right? You know, where S is the only grade above him. But, you know, to win something like this, you need to have that character that has that S grade bond with you. And that's the thing that Men is missing. Now, me and Justin were saying during Homebrew the whole entire time that we really do think he should stick with Luke. Because the thing about Mena RD is that he is so good at controlling the pace of a match, and he is good at forcing you to play in a way that you aren't comfortable with. And Zangief, Blanca, these characters, while they're strong, obviously they're super good, they are characters that have to take a lot of risk. And I don't think Mena RD is the kind of player that thrives in an environment where you have to take a lot of risks. Luke is a character who really controls the pace really well, which is why Noah does so well with him in Burnout, because when he's burned out, Luke controls the pace really well. And so I feel like that this might be right now. Obviously, we'll see what happens because patches are coming soon, hopefully. But clearly, Mena RD is, he needs to control the pace. And I think he can do that the best with Luke, honestly. Yeah, he did really well with Blanca. And again, his Blanca's super good. I think those should be his main characters. I think Blanca and Luke should be his main characters out there. But he left Luke behind when he got nerfed, right? And after he got buffed, he picked him up a couple of times. I definitely saw him playing, as Luke is obviously still very good. Again, like, look, he's playing, I'm commentating. Like, I'm not saying that I know better than Mena RD, but just from my point of view, I feel like if he used Luke and mained him again, that it would benefit him a lot. So, what? Patch coming tonight? What? So we can probably expect Capcom to be more willing to make balance adjustments, prioritizing other changes, for 2 hours. Yeah, it doesn't seem like that there really isn't anything about this. So, I don't think that there's really anything, noteworthy to discuss here, basically. So this is just, hey, patch is coming, probably gonna change a few small things. So yeah, here we are. Like, do you think Meta would have done better if he stuck with Luke the whole time? No, not necessarily, because again, he hasn't been playing Luke
dedicatedly. Coming into this tournament, it was going to be hard for him to play that any character at that level. Because like Justin was saying, he went to Japan and he practiced the hell out of Zangief. He played so much Zangief against Japan. He was playing ranked with Zangief and stuff. And he didn't play Zangief at all at Capcom Cup. You know, it's just like, it's tough when you're in that situation. You know, and what happens, basically, the recommendation from me is, you know, pick these certain characters, stick with them, and use them through thick and thin. Because right now, every character is clearly missing something that is really bothering Mena, and so it's hard for him to stick with the characters. Like Blanca, like, he's obviously very good, but you got a couple of nerfs, and there's something about that character that isn't sitting right with him, so he's still looking for other characters. He looked at Zangief, then Zangief got nerfed, and he was like, come on, man. And, you know, like, and then he tried Bison and Akuma. Like, he played them at first attack, because you could clearly see he was trying to test these characters out in a tournament environment and stuff, and it's just one of those situations where you spread yourself a little too thin. And, you know, be like, well, why don't you say the same thing about Xiaohai? Because Xiaohai is not the kind of player that needs to have that kind of, like, you can tell that Mena, when he plays a character, like, there's an attachment. When Xiaohai plays a character, there is no attachment. They are just characters with moves. That's all he cares about. You know, the KOF mentality is that way. Like, he plays a KOF team. One character gets nerfed. Who's the most broken character? Throw them on the team. Let's go. Like, Xiao Ai doesn't need a connection with his character to play the character well. And that is a strength. And not everybody can do that. You know, there's a lot of players who are good at that. Mago is kind of another one of those players who always plays the top tier. There are players out there who are good at just jumping to another character and just going. And, you know, it's not an easy thing. I'm not saying that Mena is missing that. Like, a lot of people are missing that. Most people are missing that, which is why everybody ends up becoming, like, such a fan of the character they play, because they're literally your war buddy, right? Like, that's how attached we all get to in the game. And so, like, some people need that. Like, absolutely need that. I mean, Mena was winning with Birdie when Birdie wasn't even the best character in Street Fighter V. But when Mena has that attachment to a character, that just makes him that much stronger. And it's, like I said, it's not a weakness. It's not a fault. Like, most players need that. Most players need that. Not everybody is Fudo, who says, I don't even really like DJ, but he can go 5-0 in his pool. Like, not everybody can do that. You know, most people will need to have an attachment to their character. Even Tokido was like, okay, when Akuma comes out, I'm maining him. Like, finally. But the funny thing is that he determined that Ken was still stronger. But what that did was it freed that up for Tokido. He didn't have to think, God, I wish I had Akuma. God, I wish I had Akuma. God, Akuma came out very strong, but he was like, I still think Ken is stronger. And that doubt left, and now Tokido was able to do really well with Ken. He was able to finally gain that connection because that question was no longer there. You know, a lot of players need that connection with their characters. Oil King, great one, yeah. Oh, well, you guys were answering another question, but like, look at Oil King. Look at Big Bird, right? Big Bird really liked Marisa, so I won't use Big Bird as an example because he's obviously good at everybody. But like, you know, Oil King has that connection with Rashid. Rashid doesn't even play the same. Dual Kevin, same thing. Like, Rashid is a completely different character than he was in 5, but like, you play him and like, it's your friend, right? Like, it clicks. Although some people do say that Rashid still plays really similar as he did, because Isar is Isar, right? If I was offered to commentate the major sports like NBA 2K, NBA Jam, MLB The Show, would you? If it was NBA 2K, I 100% would, because, like, I said this on Twitter and everyone got mad at me. Whatever. I can commentate the shit out of basketball, okay? Because I used to commentate
basketball all the goddamn time when we were watching Lakers games, because what would happen is like we would eat dinner, watch the Lakers, and my brother would go wash the dishes, and I would commentate the game for him while he was washing the dishes because he couldn't see the TV from the kitchen. So I would commentate the hell out of that. And not only that, but I grew up in LA. My commentator for Lakers was Chick Hearn. You can't get any better than learning from Chick Hearn, okay? Words I view, man. So yeah, I can commentate some basketball, dude. Trust me. Any case, Group F. Again, like Uriel Valorio, I think he's fantastic. I think he's one of the most creative players out there. 0-5. Is that an indication of how good Uriel Valorio is? Not at all. Not at all. Fortunately, knowing Uriel Valorio and how much fun he's having all the time, I mean, that last match between him and Jack was great. Like, both of them were out. They were the last match of the day, of the whole, second to last one. Their match had no consequence at all whatsoever. And the two of them kept doing the staring thing at each other. Even during the matches, they were like staring at each other and talking trash. And after the whole thing was done, they were just like laughing and like hugging and just having a great time. And I love that. I was so happy. I was so happy. There's a lot of underrated characters in this game. And Fury, there's a lot of underrated characters in this. But yeah, Lashar and Cien made it out. You know, obviously the big surprise is Big Bird. Big Bird right now is definitely suffering a little bit from that. Getting second place twice at Evo is frustrating, right? And like I said, as an empath, as a person who understands emotions really well, that's a hard thing to get over because you start to think you have a second place curse, right? I mean, Fudo at one point was getting nothing but second places, right? Like, so they called him the second place king at one point in time because he was only getting Fudo was only getting second places. But the thing is, Fudo has a lot of experience, and so he knows he can overcome that. Also, he has like first place in life right now. I mean, let's be honest here. So, you know, I don't think he's hurting at all. But honestly, like, I think that's the thing that's actually hurting Big Bird a little bit. He's clearly good. He can clearly win. But there's that little, he has that little, like, chink in the armor, basically, of a little bit of doubt. So I think that he needs a really, really big win, and that'll like jolt him into place. But I'm not worried about him because he's very strong, and I think I'm pretty sure he's gonna make it out of this. But right now, it happens, you know, how performance curses happen, especially in sports, right? I mean, not to go back to basketball, but all I have to say is Nick Anderson, free throws. And if you know, you know, right? Like, seriously. Like, he was like 70, 80% free throw shooter, and he missed 4 free throws in a row to break the tie in the NBA Finals, and they lost that game. And from then, Nick Anderson was a 50% free throw shooter, 40% free throw shooter. He never could shake that off. Never, ever shake that off, dude. It's crazy. If you sent me a match video of NBA Hang Time, would I commentate it? I mean, send me a DM. We'll discuss that. We'll discuss that. Yeah, some are straight up MJ. Yeah, exactly. And again, not everybody can be MJ and Kobe Bryant, dude. Like, there was MJ and there was Kobe Bryant, and then there's nobody else. Like, with that mindset, like, it's like, yeah. Anyways, happy to see Cien make it out again. Lashar, obviously, I thought was going to have a great chance of winning this. I really thought
whoever was going to win between Fudo and Lashar had a good chance of making it. And sure enough, Lashar made it all the way here. But there was a kid named Blas causing a lot of problems. Oh, what's up, shit? Stop talking about the NBA Jam. Stop talking about NBA Jam. That was completely unfair. Look, if we lost with the team that we picked, like, I wouldn't have even been that mad, right? If we actually got to pick our team, I wouldn't have been that mad, okay? Because that's one of those things that you know what? You sleep in the bed you make. But we didn't even get that choice. It doesn't matter if they're top tier because, again, you need that connection, right? I have no connection with Dan Marley. Come on. No, because Justin and Spooky are from New York. And they're like, yo, we got bodied by the Bulls every time, so they went to the Bulls. Damn it. Although my friend did tell me that apparently the only thing they did, because the developers all lived, I forgot where they lived, but they were so mad of watching the Bulls beat them all the time that it's apparently hard-coded that if Chicago ever shoots a basketball when the buzzer runs out, there is actually a 0% chance of it going in because they were so mad. But that's the only thing that they did to nerf the Bulls. So I don't know. Like, maybe someone could find a source for that story, but that's hilarious. Group G, Juicy Joe, clearly one of the standouts of this tournament. Just amazing play, dude. Like, so good. And again, like, I'm so happy because I hate that everybody left JP when he got nerfed. Like, they left Chun-Li. Like, they left DJ. Like, they left, what was the other character that got nerfed and everybody left? Luke, right? Like, I'm really glad that, you know, the people who, you know, were fans of JP did really well in the tournament. And Xiaohai, I mean, again, very, very strong player here. I think if he started in the winner's bracket, he would have had a really good chance to win this tournament. Like, obviously, he would have had to fight Angry Bird, which would have been hard, but, I mean, Xiaohai's been playing really, really well recently. Unfortunately, you know, he lost to Shuto right away because Shuto, in my opinion, in this pool here, was probably the third best player in this tournament. Shuto was really strong. Unfortunately, you know, he started on the loser side because of Angry Bird. Obviously, Angry Bird very good as well. But, I mean, the fact that Shuto took Blas to the brink over here and eventually lost, I think Shuto was probably, you know, after the tournament's done, like, if Kakeru didn't win and Blas didn't win, my next pick would have probably been Shuto. So, right. They didn't announce anything at the last Capcom Cup, Depwick, but they also said we aren't announcing anything at Capcom Cup. They didn't put out that message this year, so everybody was like, well, they put it out last year, not this year. Time for Elena. So, yeah. Yeah. But, dude, like, seriously, Asian Pikachu, like, they weren't top 10, but, like, why did every single shot Justin go in? Like, why did it go in every single time, dude? Like, and, like, he shot from half court and it went in. Like, shit doesn't make any sense, dude. Like, come on. Anyways, I mean, obviously, very sad to see, you know, U.S. players, Knuckledew Nephew, not doing particularly well here. Also here in Group H, I'm really sad that Kusanagi went 0-5, you know, and obviously now he can't even say it's Ryu's fault. But, you know, he's clearly better than this, so I'm really sad. But I am so happy for Juninho Raz. I was trying to grab the rebounds. I kept hitting the wrong button, dude. Like, it was driving me nuts. Like, it's taking me a while to get used to the right buttons there. But Juninho Raz, I'm really, really happy for him. Third in this group. coming into the final day at 3-0. He beat Soleil, and then he beat Lex, and he beat Kusanagi, and then, ended up losing to the two people who qualified, Shuto and Angry Bird. So, it is what it is, unfortunately. So, but again, I just love seeing it. Improvement, 1-4, 2-3, and now 3-2, 3 years in a row. It's great stuff. I'm really, really happy for him. And sky's the limit for this guy. And again, like I said, there's no Capcom Cup without Brazil, honestly. Brazil has always been super strong. And so now, Brazil's always been super strong. And obviously, Blas just did incredible from Chile. So yeah, absolutely. South America deserves a premiere, honestly. So, top 16 went down, but I've talked about all the players already. This is going on very long, so let's just talk about all this other stuff here really quick here. So, they announced a bunch of stuff here. Obviously, they didn't announce anything about the game, but they talked about, what's going to happen with the Capcom Pro Tour. So just like last year, there is only going to be 8 offline events. And as you can see here, EVO was dominating those. EVO Japan, EVO, and EVO France, right? But Combo Breaker and CEO makes sense. Again, 2 of the biggest tournaments there are. And, they've been around forever, almost guaranteed to be run really well and such. So makes sense that, these 2 get the spot. Now, obviously, what a lot of people are talking about is that is NA. So NA is getting a big advantage over here. But again, clearly Combo Breaker and CEO are extremely, extremely trustworthy events. The people running them are going to do a good job. They're great events to travel to, especially now that CEO is back in Orlando. So, it makes sense to have them. And then 2 more EVOs. Blink Respawn is back again. So this is going to be the almost South America representation. But again, it's still far from South America. Like, it's still hard for a lot of the players to travel there. But this will be their best chance to try to qualify directly. And then they're going to run their own Asia premiere. So they haven't said where it's going to be because they had a Japan and a Singapore premiere. So don't know where this is going to be. But then UFA, again, probably currently, because a lot of the UK tournaments, I'm sorry, not UK, EU tournaments disappeared. And UFA, so anybody from the EU in the chat can let me know if this is considered the biggest EU tournament right now. So, sorry to bother with a question, but do you intend to make the First Strike series? It hurts. You're talking about the First Attack series. So, I keep wanting to make it, but every time I try to make it, I burn out and I stop. And I do intend to continue the series from where I left off last time, but I'm doing a bunch of clerical stuff. So nice thing is I have an editor now and all this stuff, and so I don't have to worry about all that stuff. I can focus on pre-made content, but I'm still trying to do all this housekeeping here right now, merging all my streams and all this, and merging my Discords and Patreons and stuff. Once I get all that done, then it will be all about me hoping that my ADHD meds work well and make it so that I can do some work. So, Ryder X, if you have Twitter, every once in a while, if you feel like it, at me and just be like, James, where's your recorded content? You promised me recorded content. Make me feel guilty. Make me feel guilty. Oh, you're right. The Asia premieres in China, says Defeat Lee. It's in the rules. So, yeah, Defeat Lee did a lot of analysis about all this stuff. Can you, Lee, can you send me your thread about all that stuff so I can talk about all that? Because I would love to do that. So yeah, that's right. Asia one's gonna be in China, which is very interesting, and that's where also. Oh, here we go. Thank you. So this is a lot of analysis by Defeat Lee. So thank you very much. EWC does get a spot. Yes, we'll talk about that in a second here. But there are only 4 super regions this year. So for the World Warrior, if you remember, super regions qualified 2 people, and there's only 4, which is UK, Ireland, Japan, Asia, and Asia East. And Asia is defined as China, and Asian East is defined as China, Chinese Taipei, Hong Kong, and Macau. And if I'm not mistaken, oh shoot, because I'm on the wrong, shoot, hang on a second. This is that stupid thing where if you're not logged into Twitter, you can't actually see replies, and what an idiot. Okay, so, if I'm not mistaken, okay, it wasn't you, Lee, but somebody else showed the average registrations for all the World Warriors. And interestingly enough, UK Ireland had a very, very low average. It was like below middle of the pack. Oh, it was Incross who did that. Yeah. So, yeah, it's just weird that, like, well, no, not 4 spots for China, because remember, Chinese Taipei is technically Taiwan. However, due to political reasons, we can't call that Taiwan. We have to call it Chinese Taipei, because China insists that Taipei is just a province of China, while Taiwan says that they are their own individual country. And that's where a lot of the strife in China, between China and Taiwan come from, is that Taiwan insists they're independent, China insists that they are a province. So that's where a lot of that comes from. Oh, thank you, Lee. God, look at Defeat Lee, dude. He's like going crazy over here. So is Taiwan and China? Wait, what do you mean? I don't know what you mean by that, Noxo. I don't know what you mean. But Incross, yeah, so here's the averages here. Like, look, Japan, US, Canada, East, Asia, East, US, Canada, West, South America, France. See, France and Monaco is up here. Like, UK and Ireland's not even in the first tweet. It's in the second tweet over here. Again, this stupid thing happening here. Let's do this, new tab, paste, enter, come back down over here, go back to full screen. So yeah, I mean, UK, Ireland is like there, right? So yeah, it took a while for them to show up in this list. So it's weird that they are a super region. It is very strange. But yeah, so UK, Ireland is a super region. Japan makes sense, and Asia East, which is weird because that's, like, I don't know if that, like, Asia isn't only China, is it? You have to clear that up for me, Defeat Lee. It's just weird. It's weird. Okay. Okay, so for Capcom it is. Okay, so China is a super region. So UK, Ireland, Japan, China, and then Chinese Taipei, Hong Kong, Macau is a super region. Very odd. Very, very odd. And no, don't worry, Lame LV. Like, a lot of people are confused by this. So Defeat Lee also goes on to say the winners of the 8 premieres will auto-qualify. Then 6 players from the premier point leaderboards will qualify. You have to win your regional finals if you're not a super region. This is for the World Warrior. And there will be no LCQ again. This is so weird. I don't know why they are not doing LCQs. I feel like this is kind of a mistake because LCQs are hype and exciting, but at the same time, maybe, you know, doing an LCQ at Capcom Cup just adds more stuff that you have to do. What I would like to see is like them kind of, you know, making oops, actually, it's this way. Like if they made, like, for example, the offline Asia premiere, like if they just called it like the last chance qualifier and it took place in China or something like that, like I think that would be cool, because essentially then that just means UFA is the last chance qualifier, right? So that's basically what it is. So but yeah, no LCQ at the event. But out of the 8 premieres, only 4 of them will get a $5,200 pop bonus. Combo Breaker, CEO, Blink Respawn, and UFA. And the other 4 premieres will not get pop bonuses from Capcom. So they are clearly not going to be helping fund EVO tournaments just yet. They haven't revealed the prize pool yet. And again, I know a lot of people are angry about the prize pool because of the $1 million to $100,000. And again, like I've said to other people, it's hard because, again, like I talk to people like that do not agree with me at all. But in my mind, like in my experience, I'll say $1 million is very impressive sounding, right? So Dexerto actually posted up like Kakaru wins $1 million, blah blah blah. Blas gets $100,000, and the 2 most common responses were what? You can win $1 million for playing these games? And then the other one was, why is it a drop to $100,000? Like, that's horrible, right? So it kind of proves both points here. Clearly, I want it to be a better split. Like, clearly, obviously, this is not good, right? Like, going from $1 million to $100,000. That's brutal. That is super, super brutal. So, the thing is, though, Capcom probably didn't have the budget for prize money that they had last year, but they wanted to keep the $1 million prize because, like I said, the optics of that is good. When you can say someone won $1 million, people will turn their head, right? And everybody else is like, yeah, but if you said $750,000 or $700,000, like, it's still impressive. And in my opinion, it's not $1 million. Because the thing about it is, people don't know how big numbers are. They just don't know how big numbers are. When you talk to people about $1 million versus $1 billion, they don't process how far apart those 2 numbers are, right? Like $1 billion is so much bigger than $1 million. People don't understand what numbers are. And so if you say, I mean, this is why people, like, the fact that selling products at $9.99, $12.99, $59.99 has been working since the beginning of sales is a sign that humans don't know how to process numbers. And so when you say $1 million, when you say $1 million, if you guys are actually wondering why things are often priced at $49.99 in stores, is because it's not 50. And so when you see that, your brain gets fooled into thinking it's less expensive than it is. That is legit the reason why they do that. That is legit the reason why things are priced at $9.99 and such, is because people can, like, if you see 99.99, it just doesn't look as big as 100. People are, like, I'm not gonna say they're dumb, but like it just works. Like, people don't process numbers well. And so that's why I don't like numpad notation. So, you know, the $1 million sounds so much bigger than $700,000. I personally believe that. And so to be able to say that, then sites like Dexerto, however you pronounce that stupid name, and then like whatever other companies will talk about, like, player wins $1 million playing video games. Like, if it was like, oh, player wins $600,000 playing video games, like, you'll see that headline and be like, okay, whatever. But if you see like player wins $1 million playing video games, you're like, $1 million? You're like, all of a sudden, like, you're just like, what? And you go and read it. Like, to me, I understand that, and I think it does make a difference. And so they didn't have the budget as last year. They wanted to keep the million prize. And so everybody else below first place suffered greatly. So, you know, like clearly, obviously, I don't want it like that. I would rather have a better spread. But again, like, I get what's happening here. Again, like, so you know what? Everybody who says, "Oh, no, it's fine," like a million's not a bit. So before at Evo, when top 8 was determined, like I think first place got like 60%, and the spread was really bad to everybody else. And all everybody did was like, "This is terrible. This is terrible. You need to make it more evenly spread. You need to make it more evenly spread. Spread it." You know what? The first place person could afford to lose some money. Just spread it. Just spread it. So Evo 1 year was like, fine. So first place got 40% and it spread way more equally down the line. Cien won that year. And everybody was like, "Why did Cien win so little money? This is garbage. Like, Evo should be able to pay more than this. Why is he winning so little?" And everyone's like, "Oh, Evo's horrible because they don't pay anybody out." Don't tell me that you can take away from first place and spread it and everybody will be okay with it, because they're not. Because they're not. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, the issue is people represents a wide berth. It's true, but this is the reaction. We have the history of this happening, so it's not like unfounded, you know what I mean? It's not like we're making this shit up, basically. But yeah, so when we look through here, so the premier events, you can see 8 players. And then from the premier points, it'll be 6 players. World Warrior gets the 20 players from the 20 regions. And then the super regions add another 4 Oh, I see. The 20 regular regions give 20 players. And 2 people from the super regions each from 4 regions makes 8 players. And then Capcom Cup 11 winner, Kakeru, is already qualified. And then the 4 players from Street Fighter League who won will qualify. So Kakeru, Kawano, YHC Mochi, Pugera. God damn it, I remembered it earlier today. I had all the players, and now all of a sudden I forgot the last player here. It was YHC Mochi, Pugera, Kawano, and Gachikun. There it is. Yeah. Okay, there you go. So those 5 players have already qualified for Capcom Cup next year, and the winner of Esports World Cup will also qualify. The reason why they can't list that as a premier is because Esports World Cup is also one of those things where you have to win qualifying circuits, so it's not an open bracket. So that's what distinguishes it from being a premier, basically. So yeah, so that makes the 48 players here. You know, a lot of people are not happy with, you know, obviously, you know, some people don't like that the Street Fighter League guys make it in there, but, you know, for me, what I am hoping for is that this is just a stepping stone year, and it sucks because it always takes a while for changes to happen, right? So like, kind of annoying that every time we want to do something different, we have to wait another year before we can try changing the rules. But, you know, like I bet you the budgets for this were being approved like months ago, right? Like that's how I feel about this, because they had to have gotten it all, you know, approved of before they could even do this. So they're probably not waiting to the last second to do all this stuff. But with the way that the Raccoon Cup has been so popular and how Street Fighter 6 is doing well and the response to Street Fighter League in Japan, et cetera, and all this stuff, I'm hoping that means that next year they are looking into expanding this and doing more, right? Like, they've listened to us. We wanted points so that guys like Dual Kevin, who finished second, third, second at like all these premieres, like, is rewarded for being consistent, right? So again, I love having 3 different ways to qualify, winning a big tournament on that weekend,
because you're just good, being consistent across many tournaments, and dominating your region. Those are three great different ways to qualify, and I'd love to see them kind of even out a little bit more over time. And so, you know, they listened to us, they added the point system, so that's great. And so, you know, one of the things that I have been talking about a lot is I really hope they expand to 64 players. Now, this just opens up so many logistical issues, right? Like, one, it's very expensive to fly 16 more players out, put them up in hotels, et cetera, et cetera. But also, how do you seed it, right? Like, okay, so like, okay, we'll make it 8 pools each, 8 players in every pool, 2 still make it out. You have doubled the number of matches from 14 matches to 27 matches for each pool. So you've literally, for the pool phase, you've doubled the number of matches that you have to play, which then means you need 3 more days if it takes 3 days to run the pools right now. So you would need 6 days, and so that's 3 more days of venue, 3 more days of production, 3 more days of paying, you know, streamers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, yeah, and that would feel way too long, right? The other option is run 2 streams at the same time. But that means you've got to watch 2 different streams to see all the matches. You know, like, there's just a lot of logistical problems. I know people in China are going to be like, take less breaks. Again, I don't know why Japanese broadcasts love their downtime. I don't understand it. But it did allow me to get salty at NBA Jam, so that's kind of funny anyway. But, you know, there's a lot of things to take in for going to 64. But if we go to 64, that's 16 more players. What we can do, hopefully, is like spread it between these here a little bit more. So the World Warrior, and then what I'd like to see is more premieres and more points. So I would like to ramp this number up a lot more over here, and then turn a couple of more of these into super regions, right? So 16 more players, add another 4 super regions maybe, add 2 more players to qualify by premier points, and then like add 6 more premieres, and that's 16 players right there. And then we can add a premiere in Africa, we can add a premiere in South America, et cetera, et cetera. But again, that's also really expensive, because if you don't have an event to piggyback off of, you got to do the thing where you run your own major, like these Asia premieres. And again, that costs a lot of money, right? Yeah, and having 2 setups on the Rogoku Kokugikan stage would be weird for sure. And so it's just all very hard. It's all very hard. And a lot of people don't realize that. They're like, just add 16 players. How hard could that be? And you're like, that's actually very, very hard. So, you know, hopefully, because the thing is, like, I love the World Warrior, obviously. I love giving people chances all around the world. But I also want to see the Capcom Pro Tour do a great job of also helping all the offline tournaments continue to survive, because we're losing all of them, which I predicted, and everybody told me I was crazy. If you just listened to me, maybe we could have actually tried to stop this head on. But in any case, not just make it so that you get points at these premier events, but do it like before, that you had the second level ones where you just go to the tournament and all you do is win points, right? You don't auto qualify, but that way a player can be like, oh shoot, I'm going to Texas Showdown because I can earn a few more points over there, and because I need a few more points to jump ahead of these guys over here. And then those guys would be like, well, screw you, I'm going to Texas Showdown. And then you help have a lot of people go to these events. And the more people you have to go to these events, the more locals will go, because if you have Tokido and Daigo coming to your tournament, then people are gonna go, and we can help the offline tournaments survive a lot more, right? And because, again, I don't wanna lose these offline tournaments. I just don't, Why did Capcom decide its own premiere in China instead of awarding a contract to Tiger Uppercut or another major Asian tournament? Again, JNV, no idea. And we probably will never know, right? But who knows? Maybe they have a contract with one of the people who did the Singapore premiere or the Japan premiere, and they're obligated to run a major every year. So they're like, well, let's just have you guys do that. I don't even know if that's true. I just made that up out of thin air. But like, they're like, who knows what the reasons are? But clearly, there's probably a reason for that. So. It's always possible to go through more matches in a day. The question is how much you want each match to be highlighted. Right. Again, that's the other option. Play matches off stream. But then people get mad. They used to do that before at some Capcom Cups where they would play some matches off stream or on the second stream and people would be mad. And that's why they've extended it to 3 days so you can see literally every single match and stuff. And, you know, again, it's tough because the viewers and the fans want everything, and the people producing the things want to give you everything, but the people watching don't understand the ramifications of them giving you everything. Like, how many of you out there would think that adding 2 more people to each pool would double the matches? Like, most people would be like, oh, you just add 2 more people, how much time can... Like, you've literally doubled the amount of matches you have to play for pools. And then the viewers are going to be like, it should be 3 out of 5. Yeah, good luck with that, you know? Like, seriously. Like, well, that's the thing, JNV, and I talked about that. Yeah, just having a secondary stream. So you run 2 matches at once every single time, but then people will have to pick one or the other, and that's kind of shitty, you know. Like, are you gonna only put the good matches on the best channel? And you know, it's just, oh. And then like, do you like having it so that numbers on one channel are better is like, you know, important for them. They want all the eyes on one channel, you know. Like, it's crazy, right? It's hard. Like, everything is really, really difficult. Yeah, double monitors for the win, but like, not everybody can do that, right? So not everybody is sitting there. I mean, they would have to do the 2 browsers thing, right? And like half browsers, like on one monitor and stuff. So, right. It's just again, like, when people complain about stuff, and this is always the thing that drives me the most nuts, is that when people complain about stuff, they never offer solutions. You know why? Because then they don't have to think about it. You know why? Because then they don't have to solve the problems that they're adding. It's like, hey, they're running Capcom Cup, their problem, they should figure it out. No! Like, oh, anyways. But this is the situation that we have here. So this is how everybody's qualifying next year. And this is what we're going to get next year. So again, as you can see here, a little bit more detail on all these things like this. And yeah. And honestly, like, I've been talking about this for 3 hours already. Jesus Christ. So I haven't even gotten to this other topic up here. So I'm gonna close out the discussion here about Capcom Cup. But we covered a lot of topics. We covered a lot of good topics. So I hope you guys really enjoy that. If you have more questions that you would like my opinion on or my take on, I'll keep a portion of the stream next week, or maybe I'll do another stream soon enough on the Jay Chenzor channel where I'll just answer some questions, and totally down to talk about these things. So, but yeah, I'm hoping that this is a stepping stone year here, and I'm not going to be the person to be like, Capcom isn't listening to us. They need to do this and do this and do this. And like, it's not easy. Being a TO is very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. PAG Virgo saying, I'm assuming when I said like Africa and South America need premieres, etc., etc. Yeah, and the thing about it too is that Capcom is always still ahead of like most of the other ones, and they keep paving the way for a lot of them. Although I think it was MK that had the local stuff first, and then Tekken did it, and now Street Fighter has the World Warrior stuff. But you know, like, Capcom is still able to do a lot of cool things, and it probably wasn't cheap getting the
Kokugi-Con. Kokugi-Con. Rokoku Kokugi-Con venue. Probably wasn't cheap to get that either, honestly. So, do TOs get paid at tournaments? It depends, right? So like Jabali running CEO, Rick running like Combo Breaker. It just depends on the year, right? Like Jabali, I've talked to him many years, and a lot of years he's like, we actually were in the green this year. We were in the green this year. And then some years like, God damn, like we lost so much money this year. We lost so much money this year. Oh, is that the Chinese spelling of it, Kokojin? Super Kokojin? Oh, okay, I see. It's the same word in both of them. Okay. But a lot of times they tell you too, like Jabali will tell you, like any year that he makes money, that money immediately just gets put into the bank to help fund the next year. So do TOs get paid? Most of them don't. Like if you talk to most TOs who are running these events, a lot of them like don't make any money. They're just doing it out of love and stuff. Like John Choi once, like when everybody was like, TOs are just like raking in all the money. So John Choi was like, all right, here's the spreadsheets. Here's everything we spent money on, everything we made money on. Literally nothing left out of this here. And when you looked at it, I think their profit was like $2,000 or something like that. And when you think about the fact that that was like 6 months of prep work and stuff, and like dozens of people working hours and hours and hours and hours and hours to make that event happen, if you actually split it upon everybody, they're making like maybe like 20 cents an hour or 10 cents an hour, right? Like it's so thankless. It's so thankless. And then everybody keeps accusing all the TOs of making a buttload of money. And it's like, come on, dude. Like, come on. Dude, corporate shillbot, like I love the fact that this is your name and you're talking a lot about the business stuff. I love that. Like, I hate it when someone's like, well, look, Evo had 7,000 entrants. Their venue fee was this much. Entrance times venue fee, look how much money they have. And you're just like, did you forget to count audio visual crews and like internet and like venue fees and like paying the streamers and paying the commentators, flying commentators out and flying the streamers out, giving them hotel rooms? Like, did you just like forget to talk about all of the costs? It's just like, it's maddening, dude. It's maddening. It's absolutely nuts. I mean, my favorite one is always like, how much do you think it costs for the internet for that week? And the story I always told was that back on the SRK days, I asked someone that question because they did the exact same thing. They're like, here's the entrance, here's the venue fee, this is how much they make. And I was like, how much do you think their internet costs for that weekend? And I was like, I need you to answer this question because I need to know whether I need to continue this conversation or not. And the guy was like, well, my internet is like $60 a month. So I would assume their internet is like $200 to $300 for the weekend. And I was like, all right, we don't need to talk. And that was it. That was it. It was 5 digits that year. And that was like in the SRK days. This is before Street Fighter 4. You know, no, wait, not before. No, because Street Fighter 4 is when the streaming started. So it was after Oh yeah, because SRK existed during Street Fighter 4. So it was a little after Street Fighter 4. But it was already 5 digits then. Like, I don't even want to think about how much the internet costs these days, dude. I don't even want to know. My ISP is actually Frontier, I think. Frontier. But yeah, so, you know, that's the situation. In any case, look, Capcom Cup was amazing this year. It was really, really good. And I'm so happy, and I'm really glad that, you know, it was run in Japan in that wonderful venue. It's really sick that the subway just, like, the train system there just drops you off into the venue. Like, we saw, well, almost at the venue, like, Majin Obama was able to show us. Again, shout out to Majin Obama being our man on the ground. But it was really well run. I love the fact that the Japanese fans, you know, you'd be like, oh, we have fans here. No, like the Japanese fans, like they were in the know. Like these were like when you say that these were fans of the players, like this was like, you could tell that this was at a different level because they knew everybody. They knew everybody. Like I said, there were signs for Juicy Joe. You know, there were signs for Noah the Prodigy and stuff. Like these players, these fans, the spectators, they really know what's going on in the FGC, and it's really cool to see. And so yeah, I mean, they announced that it will be back in the Ryogoku Koku Jesus, I can't. I need someone to pronounce it for me. Oh God, wait, Fnon, where are you getting that number from? It says Rogoku Kokugikan's basic fee for Capcom Cup is about $190,000 USD. Where are you getting that number from? I don't want to propagate that number at all. Seeing signs for Soleil was sick. Yeah, drawings of his hair. Dude, everybody knows how to draw in Japan. It drives me nuts. Although I didn't do so bad on the Chun-Li parry thing. So, like, it's gonna be great that it's back there next year, and that's, I think that's appropriate, right? You know, obviously this was the first time they were running it there, so, you know, hopefully they do a lot of things to improve the broadcast, maybe have less downtime. Even the stalls on day one at the start, that was giving everybody kind of a bad taste. Like, they were gone, and then the other days were, like, great. Everything was super smooth, dude. You know, like, it was really, really well run and very exciting. I didn't talk about the SFL finals that much. Maybe I'll save that a little bit for next week, because this stream has already been going on forever. Yeah, obviously, right, like getting Ryan Hart's mic louder, etc., etc. A lot of things to do. It's just the Rock Reaper, the reason why they're everyone's so good at drawing there is because manga is super popular there. Like, it's just like everybody is reading comics and stuff, like constant, like it's just a part of the life out there. And so drawing artwork, that kind of stuff is just something that everybody just kind of does, you know. At least that's the explanation that I was given. So don't quote me on that one. But yeah, amazing stuff. Great times. Great times. I really enjoyed the homebrew stream. Again, if you guys don't have a chance, have not had a chance to see it. Yeah, manga is good for their commute because they're on trains a lot. Yes, absolutely. So if you guys didn't get a chance to watch the homebrew stuff, I'm sure it's on Tenno Media's YouTube. So you can just go to YouTube, type in Tenno Media as TENOMEDIA. That should be their channel. And then just look at their live tab. You'll be able to see the archives of that. You could probably see it on their Twitch as well. But the homebrew stuff was me, Tasty Steve, Justin Wong, and Spooky, Team Spooky, doing commentary, David being the analytical nerd, and Hanzo Gonzo being the taskmaster. And so whenever downtime came up, Hanzo would make us do all sorts of really goofy things, and I mean, like things you wouldn't imagine, like even down to like painting and stuff like that. It was really fun and a good time. So, so check that out if you guys can. But yeah, I mean, I echo the sentiment from a lot of people that this was probably one of the best Capcom Cups of all time. It was great. There've been some really great Capcom Cups in the past, but like this one
This one felt special, and the Blas storyline was so good. The matches were so good. And interestingly enough, even though Blas was 3-0ing people, it was such a surprise, and he was always the underdog, that it was still interesting, right? A lot of times, if it's just like, this guy's better than everyone and is 3-0ing everyone, you're just like, eh. But like, to see this kid from Chile, 15 years old, like not even looking stressed out at all, it's like, what a wonderful story, dude. And again, just showing you just how global Street Fighter is. And, you know, I say this all the time, but people don't know how big Street Fighter 2 was. I have a whole video of that on my channel right now on youtube.com/UltraChenTV. But like, I talk about this again, Street Fighter 2 was ginormous and it was everywhere. And so the fact that we have players from all walks of life, from everywhere, like, this really is like the true global esport, in my opinion. And you know, like, normally you brag about the FGC and people are like, James, that's just because you're biased. I don't think there's any bias on this one. Like, I really think fighting games and Street Fighter is like literally the most globally popular esport, honestly. So it was a lot of fun. Capcom Cup was great, and congratulations once again to Kakeru. Buy your wife a ring now. And congratulations to hang on a second, I'm trying to see something over here. Oh, I can actually zoom out, that's right, and actually make it 100%. Congratulations to Kakeru, to Blas, Lashar for getting 3rd place, Angry Bird for getting 4th place, Juicy Joe and Noah the Prodigy for getting tied for 5th, and then Tokido and Shuto for getting tied for 7th. And yeah, and one thing I want to point out too, by the way, top 6, Japan, Chile, Korea, technically for Lashar, UAE for Angry Bird, Sweden, and US. Top 6 with 6 different regions. And that's really, really cool. So again, it's just, Capcom Cup was a lot of fun. And hopefully it just keeps getting bigger and better. Hopefully next year, Capcom Cup 12, you know. Hire more English commentators and let me go back to Japan, please, Capcom. Anyways, if you guys would like to see me at Capcom Cup next year, tweet at Capcom Fighters and let them know, like, where was James Chen? James Chen should be at Capcom Cup. Hashtag bring back James Chen. So in any case, for those of you who are watching this on YouTube, that'll be it for here. For those of you watching it live on YouTube, God, I can't even say that anymore. So for those of you who are watching the edit or the archive on YouTube, well, not even the archive actually. For those of you watching the edit on YouTube, that'll be all for here. But for everybody else, I'll be talking about this a little bit, and commentary drama. If you don't know, I'll explain it a little bit. It's a very unfortunate situation. But again, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for watching. And of course, the day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. But for me,
it was Tuesday.
Okay, all right. But for me, you know what? Like, we can edit it to cut it in. All right, let's do this. All right.
It was Tuesday.
All right, and then we go back to here. Yeah, we'll fix it in post. That's exactly what that is, yes. All right, so let's just talk about this. I'm not gonna get into this as much as people might think I wanna get into, because I just wanna have my specific messages here about this commentary drama here. And again, okay, let's just do this. Hello, everybody. Welcome to It Was Tuesday. I'm your host, James Chen, aka Jay Chenzor, and we're talking all about Capcom Cup 11 that just happened this past weekend. If you missed it, I mean, you can go find all the videos on YouTube, and where I talk forever about this, so I have a lot to say about this tournament, clearly. But I also want to address this a little bit here, and not. So, okay, let's do this. And again, I hate, so what I don't want to see in chat here is I don't want anybody to be like, yeah, blah's right, or yeah, I hate this commentator, or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Like, I just want to paint this out here. I want to, I'm going to say that, use the names and everything like that, but this is not an excuse for anybody to shit on anybody. All these commentators are great people. They all do great jobs, and that's kind of what I want to address. But what happened this weekend was during Salvatore's match against Itabashi Zangief, Salvatore did a dive kick that was way too close to Itabashi Zangief. It was high, and so Itabashi blocked it, even crouching, but obviously Zangief is large. And so basically, Salvatore was tied 2-2 with Itabashi. If he had beat Itabashi, there's a chance he might have qualified. So he was really close, but he did that dive kick and basically cost him the match, because then Itazan punished it, killed him, and Jammers actually was on the call at that time, and his call was, that's a terrible dive kick. That's a terrible dive kick. And a lot of people in the chat were kind of like, is that too mean? Is that too mean? But apparently what happened was that, stop moving my mic away from my mouth, Nathan, was that, Sejam was restreaming, and when he heard that was terrible comment, Sejam was kind of audibly not happy with that call, I guess. But when they did the replay and they showed that dive kick again, Jammers was like, I'm sorry, I have to reiterate this. This was a god-awful dive kick. And as soon as he said that, Sejam on his stream was what basically said, oh, you know what else is awful? Is this commentary. I have to mute it, right? And he muted it. And, so again, I don't want to see anybody talking smack about anybody here in this chat right over here, but this set off a firestorm. And the problem is, more people were talking about that than Capcom Cup after Capcom Cup was over. It was it's such a shame. And, and the hard part about this is, and this is kind of what I wanted to talk about a little bit. What this kind of did was it just opened up the floodgates, right? Now, everybody was just talking shit about all the commentators. It was just I hate this commentator. I hate this commentator. Well, this commentator, I won't name names, but this commentator does this horrible thing. And all of a sudden it just became kind of a mini free-for-all out there. And the crazy thing is that Sejam was even saying, he was look, you know what? I'm not saying anymore on social media. I'm taking it directly to DMs and stuff. And so Sejam and Jammers talked about it, and they figured it out. No hard feelings. But seriously, it just kept going on social media, and everybody was talking about this and stuff. And then Brian F said something pretty early on that I just that to me was tweet of the what do you want to call it? Tweet of the subject matter. Let me see if I can find it over here. The problem is that I'm always having trouble with this over here. I think this is the right link here. Let me go to replies and see if I can find my reply to the tweet that Brian F put out. I saw the I cannot tech throws tweet.
Oh, so good. Oh, here we go. So here, let me just bring this up for you guys here. So Brian F says on on Twitter here, he says, all I know is you gotta have thick skin to be a commentator. Shout outs to everyone repping us on the mic. And then Swagenheimer, who I think is actually in my chat right now, says, could not pay me any money to have to deal with that. And Brian F says here, this is the tweet right here. He says, you'll get unfairly shit on as a player too, but you can do your best to keep your head down and keep grinding through it. But as a commentator, that hate is personal. And so I responded to that. Real talk, man. And I just wanted to talk about this. This is I think kind of important to discuss over here as Nathan decides to become little like cat on, like, wants the belly rubs for the cats over here. So he's like, no, don't talk about hate, James. Talk about my cute stomach and that you want to give it belly rubs. Yay! Okay. But the thing about it is it's very odd because, like, I swear, yeah, it's true. Like, I feel like commentators get the most hate. Like, players will get lots of hate, but the weird thing about it is because we are talking to you constantly and that we are always in your ear, we're technically your connection point as a commentator. We are your connection point. And so basically, we are the easiest ones to feel like you know us. You know, like, you know us. And so a lot of the times when people insult you, like, I will tell you this right now, people have gone deep personal against me when they shit on me. Like, people are like, well, clearly, like, I've seen you blah blah before, and so, like, you're always like this and you need to grow up, or, you know, like, people go deep when they hate on commentators. It's absolutely crazy. And I've gotten to a point now where, you know, I don't want to say I'm desensitized to it. It still hurts and it still sucks, but, like, you have to learn how to just not let it kill you, basically, right? And honestly, like, that's, like, it gets really bad with commentary. And you see it, like, when people started posting up the hate, they're like, this guy is boring. This guy's voice sucks. And, you know, like people come after you, right? Like, they go crazy. And so, I mean, that's why I like titles. So you want to be a commentator, huh? Like, it's a tough job. It is a very, very tough job. And if you want to become anywhere, you know, as a major commentator, this is something that you have to be prepared for. But it is an unfortunate situation because people do get very, very personal because they do feel like they know you so well because it's all they do is hear your voice over and over and over and over again, right? And it sounds like it's that guy in the room. And the other hard part is, like, 6 people at Capcom Cup like commentating for 4 days straight. Like, even professional commentators are commentating 1 2.5 hour basketball game like maybe every other day. But, like, we're commentating 4 days in a row with so few breaks. Like, something you're gonna say is gonna piss someone off, right? So, like, just imagine being at the party where the guy is talking through their ass about some sport and you're just like, eventually you're like, God, shut up. Like, you know you're wrong about everything. And so, like, that's gonna happen. Like, cause you know, like, we blinked and we didn't see something, and so now I'm like, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I don't know why I did that. And the person at home watching is like, it's because that happened. God, this guy's such an idiot. And the worst thing that happens is when you hate a commentator, everything that they say wrong stands out to you so much. But, like, for the commentators that you like, you won't hear it, or you'll justify it for some reason, right? Like, it's absolutely crazy.
So, like, it's just one of those things. Like, yeah, I mean, like, Flashy Flash mentioning Skisonic, Magus, and Z, like, these are people who kind of quit commentary because, like, just the amount of hate you get is hard to manage. It really is. Yeah, women commentators, holy crap. I mean, I thought Sherry was great this weekend, and I saw some people being like, like, I didn't like Sherry's commentary. And I just have this weird feeling as they just said that because she's a girl, and it's just like, come on, guys, like, seriously? But, like, I thought she did fantastic this weekend. But again, like, commentary is hard, and people get mad at them a lot. And, you know, I often tell the story where I got mad at Mike Brown when he was the coach of the Lakers, and I was like, I wish this guy would die in a fire. And I was like, Jesus Christ, James, you're one of the chat. And the thing that I really, really want to mention is that a lot of these not all of these commentators, we're just people, man. Like, we're just people. I mean, I've had SRK articles about me where they're like, oh, James talks in this podcast about, you know, best practices for commentary, and like a bunch of responses in that SRK thread were like, oh, the best way that James can improve commentary is by leaving it, you know, like this is kind of what people say. And like, there was a lot of people that were like hating on it. And then I showed up in the thread and I was like, hey guys, if you really think my commentary is that bad, like, I'll leave. Like, I'll leave. I've done a lot of jobs here in the FGC. I can put on a different hat. Like, if you guys really hate my commentary. And the craziest thing was, it was the meanest people who were like, no, don't leave, James. Like, you just need to, like, as long as you're improved, like, you show up and all of a sudden you're human and like something clicks in your head, like, oh shit, he's a human being. Fuck, that was harsh, right? Like, that clicks in your head because like all of a sudden I'm literally there talking to you, right? So it's hard. You know, I hope people can remember that. And you know, I mean, literally, like, Skisonic, like, I feel sad for him because he was one of the first commentators. In fact, at Evo, he was, like, the first official commentator. There were commentators before him, but in terms of we're officially putting you in this role, it was him and Keats. It was Skisonic and Keats who were doing the first official commentary for Evo. He had to establish a lot of things, and, you know, he learned ways to commentate, you know, from that era and stuff like that. And God, he just, like, people were absolutely just vile towards him. And it's just like, why? You know, that kind of thing. So, like, all I just really want to say is just like, go easy on us, man. We're people. We're people. And what I hope people can take away from this discourse and drama that we all saw is how much hate commentators get. And again, like I said, I'm not trying to tell you to stop hating on me. I almost tweeted out, like, leave everybody alone. Just start hating on me because I'm used to it now. So, like, leave everyone else alone. I'll take the brunt of this just so we can, like, stop talking about everyone else. Because I hated seeing that. So I'm not telling you, like, to be nicer to us for my sake. I'm telling you to be nicer to commentators because that shit is brutal, man. Like, it hurts. You know, things like that happen and commentators will be like, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. I don't know if I want to do this anymore. Like, this is like fucked up. Like, I don't know how much more of this I can kind of take, right? Oh yeah, it was not about me and there was no need for me to take the brunt, but that's just the thing. I just didn't want everybody else to get this. And everybody hates on me all the time. Like, I feel like I'm probably one of the commentators that gets the most hate out there. And so it's like, it's hard. Like, I'm like, look, people hate on me all the time. So just
lay it on me if that means you could stop doing it to everybody else, you know? And that's just all where I'm coming from. And you know, it's a tough situation to be in. A lot of people end up quitting commentary because it is something that you have to learn how to handle. And it's tough, right? So yeah, I mean, I hope the thing that I want you guys to take away from this is that you saw how vile it got for jammers and Say Jam, right? Like, it was almost like everybody was waiting just for that chance to talk shit about these guys, right? And to be honest with you, it shocked me because like I can't even imagine jammers and Say Jam having haters, right? Like I think they're two of the best commentators we have, and like it's just like it was crazy, right? Like so, yeah. No. He got a scholarship for that. He got a scholarship to go into game programming school. So, so it's like people were just waiting for the opportunity to talk shit about commentators. And, you know, when you look at that, obviously, if you agree with the person, you hate someone, you're like, yeah. But if you see someone like talking shit about your favorite commentator, you're like, bro, you know, like just, I want people to keep in mind like how deep it goes for commentators. Again, players, it's like, oh, this player sucks, he's washed up, you know, but like for commentators, like, I hate his fucking voice, he's wrong all the time, he's really stupid, like, you know, he should just leave the scene completely. Like, dude, like, it gets like really brutal for us. And so again, like, whatever, like, talk shit about me all you want, but like, just, I hope you guys see what it's like for commentators. Because like I said, when Brian F was like, you'll get unfairly shit on as a player too, but you can do your best to keep your head down and keep grinding through it. But as a commentator, that hate is personal. And that, like, that tweet is what inspired me to have this talk here, because it gets really, really brutal. Yeah, so Peter 0611, I get it. Like, yes, like, there were decisions made. That is not what I am here to discuss, okay? I'm not going to discuss who was right, who was wrong, or how I feel, because as always, my personal opinion is somewhere right smack dab in the middle. Because I do this, you've heard me do this on many issues, that I will explain it in a very different way of looking at it, right? So, Eris stopped doing commentary mostly because he made more money on his stream and he hates flying. So he's better off restreaming events. So yeah, it's tough, right? So, and there was one more thing I wanted to say about commentary. Oh yeah, that's right. So the other thing too that I think is really tough for commentators, and I do feel like, you know, part of it is on me and David, you know, because we became obsessed with knowledge and frame data and stats and all this stuff like that. And then when Sejam became the most prominent commentator, for him, you know, one of the things that people love about him is that he is the most knowledgeable. He can explain a situation really well. He knows, like, oh, that was this mix-up that's doing this. What we've reached is some weird point where a lot of people's evaluation of a commentator is how right they are, how accurate they are, and if there's any misinformation, that is the sign of get the fuck out of there, commentator, you suck, right? And I think this is kind of a problem, to be honest with you, because through my years of commentary, the thing that I have learned the most is that our job as a commentator is to be the conduit to the viewers. Our job is not to be right. Our job is to make sure that the viewers enjoy what they're watching, that to get them invested, and to really set the tone, to tell the story. Now, the thing about it is, you can't tell the story
unless you're right most of the time. So I'm not telling you that it's okay to be wrong. I'm wrong a lot on commentary, but my mistake was that I used to say wrong things authoritatively. Nowadays, I'm like, I'm not sure, let me look this up, or you know what, I'm not gonna commit to this, or like, you know what, chat, can someone check for me? You know, like, I do that kind of stuff because it's worse to pretend you're right when you're wrong than it is to admit that you don't know, right? But you have to be right to be able to tell the story. Like, if you don't play at a high level and you don't understand why someone would make a certain decision, then you can't tell the story and be a conduit to the viewers because you don't know, right? Like, you're just saying false information. So absolutely knowing your stuff and being right is very important. But in my opinion, it is not the most important thing. You know, when one person actually critiqued me for the whole "is it gonna kill" thing, like, I literally had to respond, like, I actually know if it's gonna kill or not, like, at least 70% of the time. I'm definitely wrong a lot, but like, I know. But the point of me asking the question isn't that I don't know, it's to make it exciting for the viewers out there who don't have the knowledge to know whether it's gonna kill or not. If someone lands a super and you're not sure if it's gonna kill, if I'm like, oh, he's dead, so yeah, that was really cool that he did that. Like, dude, like, you are robbing like people out there of a really exciting moment. But if I'm like, oh my God, is this going to kill? And a lot of people don't know if it's gonna kill, they feel hype. And a lot of people have told me, they're like, no, I love it when you do that because I get hype in that moment, right? So again, my job is being a conduit to the people to make it enjoyable for them, right? Yeah, like, so yeah, see, people are saying, like, it's building tension. You know, it adds so much hype. The job is not to be right, and somehow that's what everyone's interpretation of commentary is about now these days. And, you know, like, it's okay for commentators to be wrong once in a while. And again, we're commentating for like 6 hours in a day. Being wrong once in a while is like once every 2 hour block, right? Like, we're commentating a lot. We're tired. We like, you blink at the wrong time, or like your brain just like goes on the fritz. Like, shit happens, okay? Like, it happens. Now, obviously, if the commentator is wrong all the time, that's the issue. That's the concern, right? That's the concern. And like I said, yes, we do need knowledge. So it's not like, please put somebody up there who's just gonna scream and yell and be hype all the time. That doesn't help anybody, because honestly, like, that feels fake, right? So the thing that I do, because I'm so attuned to emotions and stuff, I never fake the hype. I can tell as I'm commentating whether this thing would make me go, what? Or if this thing would just be like, oh, that's cool. And I know that. And so when it's just a, whoa, okay, yeah, that's cool, I've seen that before, I won't go into James yelling crazy mode. But if legitimately, like, if I know that I was watching at home and I'm like, what the hell? Then I get hype, right? You don't want to fake things, but again, you will dial things to 11. But as long as you're dialing the truth, the real things, the genuine things to 11, people will notice that. People can sense that. People can sense when you're genuinely hype as opposed to being fake hype. You know, like, you can tell, because when you're literally flabbergasted by something, like, the words that come out of a person's mouth is always like, you know, like, you can tell. You can tell. So, you know, that's the key right there. But again, yes, is being right important for commentary? Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. That's one of the reasons why Sherry is so good at commentary right now, in my opinion, is because she is a player and she talks to other top level players all the time because she is constantly trying to get better. So, you know, she understands the mindset, the mind games, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why I really enjoyed her commentary this past weekend. You know, all of them, Jammers, Ringe, Vicious, like all of them are so good at analyzing situations because a lot of them are, you know, former players and stuff. But again, like that shouldn't be the criteria. You know, like if someone makes a mistake or says something wrong, that is not carte blanche to now just like be like, this guy sucks. You know, like understand, you know, that commentary is a very, very tricky subject. So for example, day one, during all that downtime, like Jeremy and Ringe, like masterclass. They held it down for like over 30 minutes of downtime and they just kept talking and they just kept talking. And the chat's like, why do these commentators just want to hear themselves talk for so long? And you're just like, dude, like really? Like you think this is what they want to do? Like honestly, like that was like, even though that was downtime and everybody was annoyed, go like if you watch that, that's masterclass shit right there. Like what they did on that first day during that big long downtime, like that shows why they are some of the best commentators that exist. Yeah, Ringe had the amazing call when Blas got to grand finals. Like I think Jeremy and Ringe should get nominated for Evo Awards for that downtime because that shit sucks, okay? That shit sucks. And having to do that, it's not fun and it's great. Like they're really good at doing that and that's wonderful, you know? So again, like it's a hard job and everybody, the worst part about it is that, you know, like, oh, I want to learn to stream, but you don't really know how to stream, so it sounds hard. Or I want to be a top player, okay, but you play and you lose and you're like, well, that sucks. But everybody and their mother thinks that they can commentate amazingly. I had one person who was a top player jumped on commentary at one time. And after he was done, he was like, I have so much more respect for David and James. Because like, I didn't even know what to say half the time. He's like, I didn't even know what to say. Like you'll see people a lot of times when they're not pro commentators, like, you know, at certain events, like they'll be like, oh, okay, nothing's going on. We're waiting for a match. And they just start looking at their phone. And you're like, really? Come on, dude. Like, come on. Ugh. Commentary is hard, but everybody and their mother thinks that they can do it, which is why they think they can critique it. Everybody thinks they're funny. Everybody thinks they're hype. Everybody thinks they're smart. And so it's a weird situation. So, you know, again, you have to understand that the job as a commentator is so much more than you think because there's a lot of commentators out there nowadays who are so infatuated and so in that mindset that we have to be right that they actually overanalyze a lot of things. There's too many times I watch a grand finals and like the person kills the other guy and the commentator's like, so yeah, you know, he was getting this and okay, there you go. He got the jump in and so, yep, there it is. He won. So congratulations to player X. Yeah, great job. There it is. That's the tournament. And I'm like, dude, like again, like there's knowledge and then there's telling the story. There's telling the story and you're not telling the story, right? Like, is it fake hype to be like, oh, there it is. You got like, even if it is like oh, well, that was kind of not like anticlimactic. You can at least be like, whoa, there it is. Okay. Well, that's how you get the job done. And that's how you win a tournament. So congratulations to this guy for winning the tournament. You don't have to yell and shout and scream. He won. Like if it is like kind of anticlimactic, you can just be like, yeah, okay. At this point, probably a foregone conclusion. Here he goes. There it is. Okay, got the jump in. There it is. He is taking home $100 for playing at home in his pajamas. Great job to him. Like, right? Like, that's all it takes. That's all it, like, but make it a moment, because if it's somebody who doesn't win tournaments all the time, that's going to be something that they're going to watch a lot, or like they're going to want to put in like some sort of like portfolio. They're going to want to remember that shit. They're probably going to download a copy onto their thing. And if they win a tournament and you spend the entire time like, that sucks for that other guy that I was rooting for, or like, oh, there it is, he won, cool. Like, that shit sucks, dude. Like, come on. Like, make it work for the people watching, make it work for the people playing. That's like the super important stuff. Oh, what's up, Coach Kumo? There you go. Oh, so okay, cool. So yeah, Sajam has said that there are a lot more budding commentators being analytical, but we need more hype commentators. Yeah, I 100% agree. Again, being right somehow became the thing. And so a lot of people trying to get into commentary is like, well, I just have to be, this frame data is this is plus on this is like, and it's like, this is not telling the story. So again, if a lot of people have like, don't like my commentary or whatever like that, my focus is on telling the story. If that's not what you want to hear, the best thing about the FGC is that every commentator is different. So if you don't like me, you do like somebody else. Fortunately, we don't all sound the same. And that's another thing. So when a lot of people talk shit to me about my commentary, that's how I react a lot of time. I'm like, oh, you hate my commentary? That's fine. I'm not commentating for you. I'm not commentating for everyone. I have a specific audience I'm targeting. And if you don't like my commentary, at least there's somebody else in the FGC that I know you will like. And that is the beauty of the FGC commentary crew, because we all have such different personalities and we're allowed to do that, right? Like there are going to be scenes where Yipes is not allowed to be Yipes. But like in the FGC, like go ham, Yipes. You know, talk about bus ass all you want, you know, like, and that's what makes our commentary scene so good. And so don't try to adhere to like this or that. Don't try to be the analytical guy or whatever. Like, bring something to the table that you can bring to the table. Don't try to imitate anybody else. Be yourself and find a way to make that shit work. And that's the best way to commentate. Honestly, I've commentated with people sitting there, just tons of notes, and they're not even like watching the match because they're so busy reading their notes on matchups and all this stuff like that. And like literally, I told the person, I was like, put away the notes, feel the moment, you know, like, you know, and that's the thing, like, that's a great way to say it. Feel the moment. Feel the moment. That is, to me, the most important thing about commentary is feeling the moment. And as much as you're like, oh, Yipes is hype, Sajam is analytical, James is emotional, you know what all three of us have in common is we feel the moment, right? Like, no matter what you think of these three commentators who you like or who you hate, like, all of us are good at feeling the moment, you know? And I think that's really, really cool. So, who are the current best duo of commentators or trio? There's no answer to that question. There's no answer to that question. My whole point is that for everybody, it's a different group of people. It is literally a different group of people. There's just no right answer to that. Like, some people will say that, James, you're my favorite commentator, you're the best, I can only watch when you're commentating. And there are people who are like, I cannot stand listening to that idiot. Like, I have to mute because I fucking hate that guy. And like I said, for me, the way that I handle it now, the way that I don't get affected, the way that I don't let it get to me is literally that I'm like, well, cool, you like somebody else, and that's great because I'm not commentating for you. And you know what? I used to try to commentate so that everybody liked me. When I stopped doing that is, I think, when I had a big improvement jump, because I stopped trying to please everybody and I just wanted to commentate what I felt was important, and the people who also feel that is important will appreciate that. Others won't. that's fine because somebody else can fill that void. When I commentated with David, I moved less towards analysis because he was better at it. So I moved towards hype a little bit more. You know, when I actually, like Kumo, Coach Kumo is in the chat right now. I commentated with him at Genesis, right? You know, obviously, like, I'm not trying to, like, feel myself or whatever, but, you know, like, you know, Coach Kumo was just like, oh my God, like, you know what, like, I'm excited to commentate with you. I'm not trying to call him out or anything like that. And, you know, I could definitely sense a little, you know, a bit of nerves from him and stuff like that. So, you know, whereas if I'm with Sajam and I'm with David, I don't take the lead. I let them take the lead. I often let Jeremy take the lead for things like that. But in that instance, I was like, I need to take the lead. So I took the lead. And then instead of trying to be the hype guy, I was trying to be more analytical. So all of a sudden that like commentary session, like I felt like that was a really good block for myself, just to, you know, to remind people that I'm good at analysis, you know, like, because I was doing that. I was taking the Sajam role. I was taking the Ultra David role there, and I was letting, you know, Kumo just like, you know, get hype and just talk about things. Or, you know, I would say stuff, leave it open-ended enough that he could add to it, etc., etc. That's the other most important thing about commentary, is learning how to work with your co-commentator. There are commentators out there who commentate the same no matter who they're with. And that is something that they're going to have to learn, because that can cause some little problems, right? Like it can make it harder to listen to sometimes. And so, again, like, commentary is hard and there's a lot to it. And you know, I do wish that everybody could try it so they can see just how fucking hard this job is, honestly. So... And Fnon in the YouTube chat says, for me, to be a commentator is to become the one who enjoys the game the most, right? And that is so important. That is so important because, again, I've often told the stories. Someone made a highlight reel of hype Street Fighter Cross Tekken moments, and I was one of the commentators for that because me and David were commentating everything for Capcom. I hated that game. And you could listen to all these hype moments, and everything that I was saying, you could tell was just like backhanded compliments, like, oh God, that actually worked. Well, oh, cool. It sucked. Like, I listened to it and I was like, holy shit, I'm never doing this again. I'm never commentating a game I don't like ever again. It was awful. So if you do commentate something, make sure you like it. Make sure you like it. No, nothing like that happened, Psychodamo. Nothing like that happened. It was just random drama that got way overblown because, like I said, people were just waiting for the opportunity to shit on specific commentators because, like Brian F. said, people get mad personal in those situations. And Guitar Junkie says, can you give an example of one of those problematic duos? So, again, I'm sorry to be generic here, but I mentioned, you know, when two people who want to be analysts are commentating and during a grand finals, like nothing, like, oh yeah, you know, that was, yeah, this character's throw is really scary. Oh, yep, he got the kill. Yep, so there it is. Yeah, so that's this tournament. Congratulations to Blah for winning. You know, like, that's a problem. But the opposite is a problem. There have been commentary pairings where both of them want to be the hype man. And you'll hear it, like, someone says something hype, and then the other person tries to out-hype them, and then the other person tries to out-hype that, and it's miserable. It is miserable. It has happened a lot. And like I said, it is some of the most grating commentary that has ever existed, because what's happening there is that two commentators want to be the best at the same thing, and instead of cooperating, they're competing. When you have two commentators who are competing while they're on the mics, that is just death right there, honestly. So, yeah, no, Mage Nicholas, that happens a lot too. So he says when Sajam feels his partner is trying to be analytical because Sajam is analytical, so he has to tech into hype, right? Yeah. The worst part is when the commentator is scared to be left behind. So I've had commentary partners before where I'm like, yeah, so this is interesting. So like, I feel like I have to take the lead. And again, Coach Kumo did not do this. That was fantastic. So like, there's a lot of times when you have commentators who are like, okay, I'll take the lead. So I'm like, okay, really interesting analysis. Like he tried to do this, and the third time he actually went to this option. And then the other commentator's like, oh yeah, and then I noticed, that he came in there and, he was really threatening this kind of thing, and, he got scared, but he was trying really hard. This is what I call empty words. Like, you're not saying anything. You're literally saying nothing, right? Like, you're like, and he tried really hard, but in the end, he couldn't, get past him. And like, I'm like, okay, cool. You're trying to do analysis. Then I go, oh my God, this situation crazy happened. And then they're like, oh my God. Like, you'll get into a situation where your co-commentator is like trying to follow you because they're not trying to get, like, they don't want to seem like they're not contributing. And it's like, it's tough, right? It's tough in that situation. And the other thing is, don't call out your commentators on stream. Like, I've done that before, even recently, and I feel bad about it. But like, like, don't be like, oh my, like I had a co-commentator who kept calling a move by the wrong name. And so I kept calling it by the right name, hoping that they would notice, but it just never happened. So I was like, I'm just going to leave it. I'm just going to leave it. Kind of a thing like that. So yeah, Jeremy and Yipes punching each other back and forth, giving the other one the big winning moment. Yeah, exactly. These things are really important. So again, commentary is not as easy as people think. Everybody thinks that they can do it, but it's not that easy. So, the two things I really want to say is go a little easier on commentators, and because this shit is hard. And then also like understand that, even for aspiring commentators who think that analysis knowledge is what makes you a good commentator, like, again, yes, you have to be right in order to tell the story properly, but that's why you want that knowledge. It's not to show off the knowledge. You want the knowledge so you can tell the story. Sajam talks about this all the time. I want to explain the situation, so I sit there and think about how I can say it in the fastest way possible that's not confusing. Again, Sajam wants to explain this mix-up, but he's not explaining it so he can be like, I'm Sajam, look at my knowledge. No, he wants to explain it because he wants to explain why somebody made that decision. Again, it's to tell the story. Telling us what the facts are does nothing in commentary until you put it into context. Context is everything. Context is everything. So that's it. That's all I want to say about this. I've been streaming for 5 hours, so I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. Again, I'm saying this not because I want you guys to go easy on me, but because as a commentator, I can talk about this stuff and express it to you in a way that hopefully you guys understand what makes this job so much harder and why it sucks as a commentator when you get like literally the most hate out of everybody in the FGC. Like, it's crazy, like I said, Asian Pikachu, I'm pretty sure you're still on Twitter or Blue Sky. DM me in one of those. We'll have the conversation at that point. I really need to get food and feed cats and stuff. So thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys, and I will see you guys next time, and hope that this was a enlightening little talk here. And because like I said, I approach things in ways that nobody else does, and that is why when this podcast graced your ears, it was the most important day of your life. But for me,
It was Tuesday.
Thank you, Psycho Damo. I'm actually pretty happy with the haircut too. Really, really glad. My haircut guy did a great job, and I really like him. I really like him. So hopefully I'll be able to do that from this point forward. Normally I would try to raid somebody. Am I going to be able to raid somebody? Let's try to raid somebody really, really fast. who is doing some Street Fighter 6 right now? I've raided Shin Kenso a lot. Last week was actually fun when I raided like completely random person. Let me see if I can actually do something like that here again. I see somebody named Nita Sweet with the title of Benadryl and Street Fighter. We'll just go and raid them over there. So I'm not gonna jump over. So let me know how. Hopefully, you know, they're not too shocked or anything like that. But let them know that, you know, Jay Chenzor says hi and stuff like that. So talk to you guys later. Peace out and take care. And I will see you guys next time. Doesn't matter, Asian Pikachu. Pick any one of them, whichever one you are most comfortable with. All right, take care, guys. Peace.